Hey, chat. How you guys doing? You guys good? What's up? Oh, and we're right in time for draft. My timing is impeccable. What's up? All right, so they have the coaches right for this early bit. Let's see if they keep that. So we might see Gwen and Fury played still, but we'll see if they're still as impacted by all these. Oh, Gwen's still banned. All right.
Champion pools generally very different across the board, I feel, for a lot of these players. When I look at a guy like Tactical, it's very mechanical, up-in-your-face 80 carries, as opposed to some of the more reserved late-game team-fighting 80 carries for Levitate. Tomio, tanks, as opposed to the fighters, typically, of Music. So there's some key differences that I'm really intrigued to track throughout this best of 3.
Every team in this tournament will ban Callista against Tactical. Everyone. It's his best 80 carry by far. Alright, the Gwen and the Fury. Makes sense. They're still good. The nerfs were significant, but they're still good. So.
I think that's a really funny respect ban, because I don't think Fake God was gonna pick that, honestly, early on in this game, but it was really good in Game 3 against Near Airport. But it is gonna be that Varus that you mentioned, Eric, and other things.
The Varus is still a really good pickup.
Looking at specifically Tomio's pool, he's gone Skarner Game 1, Sejuani Game 2, every single series, 2 series sample size so far.
Now, I am a little bit worried over the fact of the Varus lock-in, and this is why. You already see what the counterpunch is from Luminosity Gaming. They grab the Vi. Vi's very good at getting onto that backline and taking out some of these mobile champions. Same thing with Rumble. If you could land a clean equalizer, they combo very well together. But then looking at Levitate and specifically...
Nope, sorry about that, chat.
...more when he's on mobile ADCs. ADCs that have their own ability to maneuver around the map. Varus isn't one of those. He doesn't have too much. In fact, he has anti-CC when he... pulls his Q, he technically slows himself, so it makes it worse there.
Anti-CC.
That was one of Levitate's weak points, and right now, Luminosity have a great way to punch that.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like full dive so far, especially with the Talia lock-in. Really safe blind.
Ooh.
For Insanity should be able to match up in a lot of the mages that Samikin would want to pull out.
Yeah, Rumble Vi Talia is
And I agree with you on the
a rough one.
I think what's going to be interesting about the Varus is it is a strong laner, so maybe we can see if
The Talia pick into Ambessa. Ambessa's gotta feel so bad into that.
so good at that stage of the game, and maybe try to generate a win condition that way. But I mean,
Alright, the Hui ban. That's it, Samikin. That's a huge respect ban. He's very, very good at Hui. Hui is also a decent matchup into Talia, so it makes sense.
Obviously going to be a big focus from both sides. Zeyzal has branched out here and there with games on things like the Karma, Nico, at least so far this split, but I think, the Rels, Alistars, Nautiluses of the world should be what we see here picked up on 4 for both supports.
I do slightly feel like Luminosity Gaming are getting the better of this draft very early on. You mentioned the Ambessa. One of the big things about Ambessa is her passive lets her just continuously dash around the map. And it makes it hard to really lock her down. Talia is a great answer for that. You put the Unraveled Earth on the ground, and it makes it very...
Talia is a good answer for that.
On top of the Equalizer being a great...
It'll depend how good the, depend how good Quacker will play it, really.
It feels to me like Luminosity are baiting out some of these picks that Blue Otter are going for.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, especially because, look, everybody everybody on Luminosity can press R on one person right now, and it's going to be really solid. They have a nice kind of go in, get that one guy, and then kite back style of composition.
Okay, so Blue Otter missed a ban here.
On the side of Blue Otter. 80 carry pick here definitely makes sense for Luminosity. We'll see what Tactical wants to go for. Favorites like the Jin, Kaisa, Callista, all still up and available.
Callista is not up and available, notably. It is important to mention that Callista is in fact not available. I'm sure Hawk just misspoke, but... So the Jhin, that makes sense.
Need to see something strong in the mid lane. I would really like that out of Samikin because it would give Music more room to work, and Music has been very active on the map. He puts a lot of deep wards, he counter jungles a lot. We need to enable the Xinjiao.
I don't know what Samikin's gonna go.
Galio?
I really like the Aurora ban that
Oh yeah.
from Luminosity, because that would have been my first instinct. Something more slippery.
Nobody's talking about the Galio.
Samikin Lux.
Guys, the Galio.
You are just going to get an equalizer.
Girl, the Galio.
So yeah, we're gonna get the Galio. Instead, this is a completely different look than what we've typically seen from Samikin. Now, I will say, a sophomore player pulling out a different style here in week 3, I think all of a sudden we're gonna be asking questions about how does this look? How can Samikin
Okay, this Blue Otter comp really wrapped up well.
much more bruisery?
It really came together. I like this a lot.
I like it in the context of the team composition, though.
Never doubt Thin Uncle Phil.
Dive in with the rest of the squad and get onto that back line, but definitely the questions you pose.
Never doubt Thin Uncle Phil. All right, guys, I'm gonna run the minute so we avoid it during the game. All right, be right back.
Music and Rovex, but the response on the other side, Luminosity Gaming, they're gonna grab that Alistair. So this is a very
That is hysterical, though.
Honestly, I feel like both compositions very in your face. So much of this game is going to be about which team can find the immobile carry on the other side first. Or better yet, you know, Vi, Rumble, they press R on like Varus, and then Nautilus, Galio, and Bessa all press R on Jin's head, and all of a sudden the fight's a 4v4, right? Like, I think there's very real situations where we're going to see carries get...
Yeah, we're gonna see where this goes.
Really dictate who wins this game, and objective setups, that means those are going to be really important. Individual laning phases, which team can get ahead of the other to put themselves in the best possible position to win games, because I think a lot of volatility on both sides, a lot of single target damage.
Yeah, a lot of volatility, that's for certain.
Samikin's going to be able to perform on this Galio pick. It's a different look for him up against Insanity, who many expect to be the #1 mid laner in the NACL.
So you're ready for game number 1, Blue Otter versus Luminosity Gaming. Go ahead and type in Twitch chat who you think is going to take this between these two squads. Will it be the upstarts,
I'm rooting for Blue Otter here. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Kings, or the King Slayers? We're going to find out right now. Top of that, Hawk, I do want to point out a little bit of a fact, because Tomio, one of his big career picks has been Vi. He's played it multiple times in the past.
I was curious if he had flashed or something, and that's why he was backing, but...
With the pool that he has of Vi games, he has a 75% plus win rate on that champion throughout the entirety of his career. So
Yeah.
you have that plus Insanity on a Talia. I really do favor this early game for Luminosity.
No, I completely agree. I mean, we mentioned both compositions all want to press R, but I do think Luminosity just has a comp that's so much easier to execute on that, and the Vi being the big go button, I think, is a big purveyor of
That's a
that.
good deep ward
To me, just
by Rovex there. That was really solid.
when he is given a champion that he can just create plays on. His early game proactivity has been really good so far in this split. And
Levitate took some poke, it looks like, but
I think if you can
it was fairly even.
on Sammy
Neither of them took their pots, so
towards these side lanes, this
fine.
all of a sudden becomes very difficult for Blue Otter to play.
And then you start looking at bot lane, looking nice and gankable there, Levitate, you know? That's the snowball effect that can really come.
Looking nice and gankable.
This Varus, it's going to bode very, very poorly.
It's Glacial! I love Glacial Nautilus.
Bring that back up again. Varus, while not the most mobile of champions, does have strong...
These first few levels are rough for Galio, but it'll recover.
Yeah, it definitely does. I do really want to see Levitate and Rovex be able to get the push. Again, Alistar kind of famously terrible at the level 1, so it should be Varus Nautilus favored. It is Comet coming out from Levitate. I think, unsurprisingly, a lethality Varus this game against no true front line.
Yeah, lethality makes a lot of sense here.
Levitate's positioning later on in the game will be able to cheat that a little bit by able to hit from further away.
Oh, Sammykin.
In from Blue Otter's bot lane. All the meanwhile,
I want to see his item bar. Is he taking his pots already?
just out of curiosity, because the thing about Vi is you can opt to go for very early routes for games. All you need is your level 2. Once you get that, you're pretty much set to try and do some of these more quirkier ganks. You want to find them early. But
Do some of these more quirkier ganks.
for the free clear, we're going to have weird jungle paths coming out from both sides.
And I love the stat that we're getting here in the lower thirds. Both junglers around that 80% kill participation mark. To me, music absolutely the engine that this Blue Otter team runs on. And Tomio, much the same on Luminosity. I do think Luminosity, you know, they have the talent, they have the kind of players that can look for some of those more solo-oriented plays as opposed to Blue Otter. That's a lot more about, you know, their 5v5, their team play, things of that nature. But I mean, I think both of these guys going to be important on the match clear up towards this top.
That was a good trade.
This to potentially be the volatile lane early on. Rumble oftentimes can be attacked.
It's always tricky on the timing because the closer it gets to overheating, that means those autos get that bonus magic.
So music's alone.
Over here in the river, Tomio looking for an assault onto music. It's gonna be
Ooh.
out as mid laner's gonna join the fray as well. Tomio looking
Nice.
chased down by music. Will be
Yeah, and they'll kill Insanity too.
followed up with
That's huge.
double kill. It's music to my ear.
Nice job.
That was so nicely played.
That was really, really good for them.
Huge double kill to be able to pick up. Luminosity, they want to take the fight because they had the mid push. Insanity, first to the play, up 5 CS even after the death, but they weren't able to find the one-shot. Blue Otter, a really good start to this game.
And that's what we want to see. Blue Otter getting out of gates nice.
So Insanity does still have Flash.
Who does that? Keep in mind, music has had a long road in NACL. This guy has been relegated before, but has shown growth, has shown development, has really been able to clutch up right now in this early game to get that first blood. On top of
Those 2 kills for Zin this early are huge.
Yeah, I mean, music just does such a nice job right there, calmly sidestepping the seismic shove, and from that point, there's just not much damage left on Luminosity. To add insult to injury, Insanity is out of mana, and I mean, a great commitment right there and a great call from Blue.
Yeah, that was great.
Hey, even though our mid laner is second, I can live long enough to be able to win the extended fight because we have good conditions. So really well done. That's also flash off of Tomio.
Revise on Drake already.
Allow Blue to
On
get
spawn.
more. Play towards Insanity first.
And here we go, Rovex. He's gonna land it on the wall.
Ooh, good flash.
With the auto to snare, but Flash does come out. Rovex falls low. Samikin eats a few tower shots on top of it.
Yeah, those tower shots didn't feel too great, but not awful.
Yeah, I think a reasonable trade. Blue Otter, they mostly just wanted to get that one off. I mean, clearly the call from both teams is to play around this mid jungle. We mentioned that the strength that Luminosity should have, especially once Tomio hits level 6, but they haven't quite gotten to that point. Music and the rest of Blue Otter really leveraging that early power that the Xinjiao and other champions bring to the table. So getting that flash off of Insanity, he becomes a clear target. Tomio did at least do the dragon. It's Blue Otter playing for the grubs, however.
Yeah, and they should get the grubs here.
And this is part of the playbook for music. He loves being aggressive. He counter jungles a lot. He gets a lot of deep wards in. One of the most active warding junglers that we have in the league currently.
Is he? I didn't know that actually.
Play alongside
That music is the most active warding jungler.
covering over in the mid lane while music is going to get some time with the grubs. But Luminosity are looking for the pounce.
Yeah, good rotation here from Luminosity.
Got one.
They were able to
Do they not want this?
Music did take away one. I think it's just going to be a 2-for-1 grub trade. We'll see if Blue Otter
Why?
go in towards this. They are at a bit of a health bar.
I guess Rumble's 6.
It's 1-for-1 in grubs right now. Hook does come out, but here's the hero's entrance. Samikin arrives.
Yeah, why now?
Turns out you don't get the knockup, so Void, grubs.
Oh, they're still going though.
Last one by Luminosity. Here comes the flash.
Poke execution? No, he missed.
Back by the head, but Zazel will survive.
Yeah, Quacker not able to find the public execution. Zazel just walks it out, and that's a huge play.
That's a shame.
Yes, it looks like they only just get 2 out of 3 grubs and survive, but Blue Otter committed so much to try to make that play happen. They forced.
They got 2 grubs. That's good.
Gonna be able to crash in a wave.
Ideally, you want all of them, right? But
For Blue Otter's trouble.
And we're 7 minutes.
just getting the 2 in that first one, and then you can get 2 more in the next one. As long as you get to 4, it's fine.
Teleport, he burnt his flash to try and attempt that play. And all Zazel do is headbutt him away. Now you have a strong advantage for the playmaking of Luminosity.
Rising Yordle, Phoenix Fire.
I mean, I think definitely.
God, all that AoE is crazy.
So happy because they were able to get, 1.67 of the first 2 neutral objective spawns, right? And again, if we're looking at their composition to be strongest around the middle stages of the game, once those level 6s come through, this wasn't quite that point. So, despite losing those 2 early kills, you can still see the strong early game planning of LG as just barely the tip.
Yeah, that's tough.
Public execution gets escaped from. The cow will live to see another day. Zazel survives by the skin of his teeth. All that being said, Blue Otter do have.
I do love seeing Galio just E right through the Talia E. Just, yeah, I don't care, man. Just going right through it. Oh. Nice dodge. And that's that. What a play. What a play. Yeah, he's up waves, but it really doesn't matter for Galio.
Divers that don't bring a ton of burst to the table, more that consistent DPS, allowing this phase rush Talia to kite things out. So, I mean, I think this guy is absolutely poised to be a huge player. Remember, it's tactical. That's been the primary carry of LG so far throughout this split. On the Jhin, I think it's a bit of a different story for this game. We'll see if Luminosity is able to still execute in the same way that they have.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rovex needs to stay because they stopped Levitate's back, so it's stay and keep your A to carry safe time.
I'm not the biggest fan of Tactical's Ezreal play. I really like it when he's on that Tristana, when he's on that Callisto, like we mentioned earlier. The Jhin's always a lot of fun for
Dive time.
some long-range attempts at dives.
So nice hook.
Luminosity Gaming, cease and desist, finds its mark, goes right onto the marksman. Levitate, rookie of the split, now dead underneath his own tower. Punts it away. Zazel will try and find one right back. It will cost him his life in the process. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
It was a good hook. It was an insane hook.
Still takes that every day of the week. It's a kill for their Vi. It's a kill for their Jhin. Yes, Samikin is able to pick one up on top of the feet of Warfare, but a really nice look right there to trade up in kills. Puts Levitate a bit behind as well. We talked about the possibility of that bot dive coming through. Luminosity wants to go towards those immobile carries, and they do find it.
Yeah, when Levitate gets his back stopped there, he has to know that this is what they're setting up for.
And when you have an Alistair and he hits level 6, he's able to take up so much damage. Even though it does cost Zazel his life, you take this any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, the cow, look, he's meant to die, and again, it cost a TP answer from Samikin as well. The commit onto Levitate was just so clean, and it was Luminosity either seeing music...
Oh, I forgot the Galio skin, he fries chicken. That's hysterical.
Knowing that the enemy jungler was not in the area, having the confidence to go for the...
All right, 2 Drakes.
Cross-mapping, and speaking of, it's going to continue. Dragon for Grub trades yet again. Blue Otter will be able to pick up the 4-stack for some of those little Void Might spawns. But, I mean, we're talking about mid-game team fighting, having 2 dragons early on into the game, going to potentially force Blue Water into a lot of awkward situations.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to fight for Drakes now, but... Or after the next one, at the very least. But I would probably want them to start now. Or on the next Drake spawn, rather.
Dragon spawns that we're going to have. Fortunately for Blue Water, I mean, they do have some good resources. Nautilus is great at peeling for Levitate. The Hero's Entrance is a great defensive tool, and
Nautilus is good at peeling for Levitate, which is good, because you do have to keep him alive as best you can.
potential there for the mid-game fight. I just think they have to be very quick on some of that setup because of the snappiness of Luminosity's engage.
Exactly, because the concern I have for Blue Otter is that Luminosity so far this game has generally done a very good job of controlling the River Highway despite the early deaths. And, I mean, Blue Otter has struggled around...
I feel like I heard a flash.
So far throughout this split, it's sort of being split on the way they want to approach objectives and
But
really having the same call seemingly as they head into...
maybe it was Nautilus hex flashing?
Have the ability to control space really well with their front line. I definitely agree with you. They don't have the best ability to face check. So if Luminosity Luminosity is first to the play, it could be very difficult for Blue Arbor to walk through things like the Equalizer, the Talia minefield, and Jin traps.
Yeah, I mean, your best face check is Xin Zhao burning his ultimate and running away. Like,
it's not great.
A bit brutal there, yeah.
Ooh, Levitate's dead.
Tomio looking for an angle on Levitate. This is what we're talking about. He's on an immobile ADC. He's pushed in the mid.
At least he held the barrier, I guess.
Sacrificed to Luminosity.
I mean, again, it's just so nicely done. Levitate a little too far up on that mid wave. Didn't have the information to be contesting that one without his jungler and support around. Yeah, no flash available. Fantastic commit again. Tomio with the go button, man. He's got 100% KP so far in this game, and he's making it happen.
It's that easy. If you're Levitate, you can't go that far up without flash and without any teammates right next to you, because Tomio just walks in, point and click R, and you are dead.
Well, and
you can't have many situations like that.
If we look at the replay, Samakin is on a bot wave, and I feel like there's been communications breakdowns for Blue Otter so far this split, because how is Galio not confused that Talia is not contesting this wave? Because Talia has been beating Galio so far as Samakin just dashed forward with an Alistar around.
I mean, are they going to kill him, realistically?
Tomio down there fast enough to actually impact this, but I mean, it does speak towards your point. One of the historic issues that Blue Otter had, especially notable towards Samakin, was some of their side laning. They didn't know how to set up waves properly. That could prove to be an issue later on in this game. Now Blue Otter looking for a dive over on this top lane into Fake God. Fake God does have his flash and the Equalizer. Will throw it down to try and burn out the minion wave.
Oh my god.
Execution goes through, and he is down. The dive successful for the Otters.
That was a good looking dive.
Buffer from Samakin right there. Having some of the Galio mechanics. Love to see it right there. He is going to be the play on the cross map from Blue Otter. Let's see if they can make it back in time.
That's a funny interaction right there. Well, you could do that with the Justice Punch. Seismic Shove gonna land, and
poor guy.
Sorry, Samakin, you are shut down and put down by Insanity.
Samakin thought he would be able to walk it out, but Zazel's having a really nice game so far. Multiple plays where
They did use a lot on that, so.
super well, blocking the Justice Punch.
First break.
Down Samakin for long enough. A deadly flourish, even. Everything seeming to be a team effort from Luminosity so far, and Newton's Law of League of Legends: for every action is an equal and opposite reaction. First of all, is Blue Otter on the top dive after seeing that LG had revealed themselves to attack Samakin the first time in bottom, but in the extension, Luminosity was able to even things up as
Quacker had to flash.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, there's not really much to say about this one. Again, just a nice block from Zazel, waiting on the pulverize as well, understanding that Samakin would be locked up for an extended period of time. Again, like, just look at the CC layering right there. It's not much, but it's little things like that that make Luminosity look so coordinated.
Rovex by himself, Samakin trying to find a pincher right here, but Luminosity are in the driver's seat firmly. Curtain Call opens up, Heroes entrance.
Oh my god.
To try and defend and turn this around in the name of Blue Otter. Tomio is going to jump in, 1v1 versus Music. Tactical's going to turn that around. Over on the top side, looking to run away is Quacker.
Okay.
The first will fall, and that is Zazel. Quacker right after. Insanity able to get
Yeah, Blue Otter's way too disjointed here.
Deadly Flourish looking for the snare. Sidestep by Samakin. That was two that fell for Blue Otter. Luminosity only lost Zazel.
A lot of ultimates burned on either side. Only the top laners and Rovex having theirs up. I didn't really see how that
Rovex having his still is huge.
Trying to extend their vision line.
It's a big ultimate.
Jungle, and the Otters tried to defend it, but LG, they just have that ability to commit forward with their composition. Again, ease of execution, ability to single out targets is high, and we saw Quacker go down in that play. Bet you wish he had his flash.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, nice for you to bring that one back up.
He probably did wish he had his flash.
Slip it by, man. A little bit of a brutal summoner spell to get burned. I think the idea was he thought one of those Void Grubs were... he probably thought one of them were a minion.
Yeah.
And got a little bit slipped up there. Dragon gonna get kicked up by Blue Otter. Now, this is gonna slow down that dragon stacking that Luminosity were going for, so...
And they listened to me and went and fought for the dragon this time. Or not fought, I guess, right? They just went and took it. But
Towers taken by Luminosity. They just continue to win out on these cross maps. I think credit to Blue Otter for generally keeping up, but We can take a look at this one again. Zazel just going straight in. Tactical again. In synergy with his support. Rovex does live for an unexpected period of time.
Yeah, Rovex lives for a while because music starts trying to save him.
Kind of funny to pun Zazel back.
Standing between him and the Jinnar.
Sacrifice, but Quacker dove way too deep trying to buy time for his team. Ends up being a 2-for-1 with Luminosity controlling the top side of the map.
And if you look closely at the start of that fight, Music wasn't fighting for the longest time because he was trying to bait in Tactical. He wanted Tactical to walk in. You get a different story if Musical is able to find that pick there. It could turn the fight around for Blue Otter's favor, but Tactical instead just opened up the curtains, and that foiled the entire plan for Blue Otter. So it's unfortunate, you know, sometimes you set up these plans and, you know, they don't take the bait. That was the situation right there, and now Blue Otter are losing control.
Insanity 3-1
A little bit. I mean, the game's really close. I wouldn't say they're losing control, really, but...
Again, he is most certainly the carry to watch on the side of Luminosity, continuing to play exceptionally well. 5 of 6 kill participation. Zazel having 100%. I mean, this guy... Zazel continues to impress me every single time I see him.
Well, Zazel's everywhere.
Results in LTA haven't necessarily been the best, but to me will always be a legend for what he did in 2018, as well as just his leadership skills, and Luminosity continuing to try to open up the map.
Yeah, here we go. Dev Charge able to find the money onto Tomio. Tomio looking to get out of there, but there's a seismic shove from Insanity.
Oh my god.
Now Zazel holding the front line. He's unbreakable. He's unchained, but finally they wick away at the wall.
He's unbreakable is a great line.
An intense fight breaking out will even up the kills. Blue Otter get the kill.
Yeah, Blue, they finally get something back. It's all 10 members into the mid lane as Zazel does die for Tomio, since a great hook from Rovex is going to come out.
Yeah, Rovex has been having some crazy hooks.
From the Rift Herald. A bit of an overreach could be argued here from Luminosity into the defense of Blue Otter, really wanting to open up that third tower, but I mean, Samikin, I want to give him some credit. Some good Galio ults this game. Good job buying space for the team. Fake God simply arriving too late to make a difference.
And that was beautiful from Rovex. You have to give so much credit to him. He timed it at the same time that Tomio was coming out of the Rift Herald to land that hook. And the chain of CC that you have, if you're able to do picks like that, bringing in the chain of corruptions that follows through, you can have situations like this.
Yeah, the CC chain is nuts.
Your way back into this game.
And they're only 2,000 gold behind. I mean, for 20 minutes in, yes, Luminosity is most certainly in control, but they are not winning by a landslide in any stretch of the imagination. Failing to break open that mid-tier 1 with the Rift Herald is also very big, because it's going to keep Blue Otter on somewhat even parity as it comes to the...
Yeah, it'll be really good for them going to objectives and stuff.
Through mid, because they held on to this all-important structure.
Sorry, Huck. It kind of cracks me up because we had the curse last week with Beatdown where anytime I talked about a player, he would immediately die.
Yeah, like I
And
did
now
with Zazel.
Now you kind of did the same thing with Zazel.
Yeah. Here, who do we want to die next? Tomio maybe, or Levitate? Hey, Levitate's pretty good, right?
What are you doing, man? What are you doing? His flash is back up.
What are you doing, man?
That's the most important thing.
He did not burn his flash, that's true.
Did not burn his flash.
Didn't burn flash or barrier. Did use chains of corruption.
Safer route nonetheless.
LG though, with that chunk onto Levitate, gonna force the enemy AD carry back to base, and they will take control of this mid-river area. Tactical and Insanity first access. I think they're just gonna be able to knock down the structure. Blue, they spent a lot.
Yeah, they'll get this tower.
On the bottom side of the map, but they are late on the rotation. Well done by Luminosity.
See, the hover is now around Otacon for Luminosity.
Okay, Luminosity wants Otacon.
Teleport, so there's nothing really lost with him being up there. Still playing to the side lanes. We'll be able to collect the tower. It's going to bode okay for Blue Otter right now. But you could open up the map more if you are able to get that mid lane tower. The thing
Yeah,
is,
getting that mid turret is really important for rotations.
it's a little bit too dangerous to have Levitate forward.
Yeah, now the game's going to become really interesting because both teams are dropping alternating side waves in order to try to get control over mid. Right now, it's Blue Otter that has...
They're prepping for Drake, I think.
...struggles of face checking for their team, so I love to see them first into the river. We'll see
I love the Edge of Night on the Varus.
Remember strong, approaching the mid wave. Here comes Zazel.
Music is right there now. Here we go. Hero's entrance.
The Galio ult, the defensive Galio ult.
Flashback and down goes Tomio.
He survived.
Quacker. Blue Otter are fighting this back slowly but surely.
Blue Otter, though, so much damage on their side. Levitate and Rovex both under 25%. Levitate forced to go back to base as LG might have still lost the battle but won the war for the Dragon. They're the ones here, but they
Oh my God.
have a jungler, Deserux. So do they start the objective with music around? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, this is really tricky.
No, they're doing it.
Music will go over to a camp, so they do have like a
Rovex
slight
base.
window of opportunity right here. They just don't know he's at the camp right now. And they're trying to find a
Oh, no, they're leaving.
pinch coming through.
Okay,
Tomio's
so
back on the map right now, and this is where it's scary. The objective wasn't picked up immediately after. There's
Oh my God.
no way on this one as Quacker goes forward with the public execution. He's looking to take down Insanity. Can't quite lock him down just yet. Music looking to join the fray. Insanity's able to get one pick onto Quacker. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity Gaming as he falls.
That was rough. I didn't see how that happened.
Otter, I think they thought they had the play to break open the game. Quacker found Insanity, but then they overchased trying to complete the kill. The kiting from
That's unfortunate.
And it's tactical on this Jhin. He has been automatic with the skill shots, the deadly flourish, the curtain call, everything landing, and LG is gonna take their and as well as the Otacon.
Yeah, and this is a deadly tactical to let DPS you when he has his collector and IE already done and is able to bring in that curtain call, start critting you. That fourth shot comes through and annihilates the health bar, man. And now with Otacon secured over on the side of Luminosity Gaming, all the pieces are falling into their hands.
Oh, and looks like there was a dive bottom while we were looking at the flowers. Zazel.
No, they've abandoned Zazel.
They did get Levitate, so worth, I guess.
It's fearless draft, not fearless dive, Zazel.
I think Zazel got the kill too. Like, that's pretty based, man. Get in there.
It's pretty base to get in there.
That's all I'll say right there. He's the only dude who could deny tier 1 contracts. He's done it more than once. Here we go,
Got the best
tactical.
beard in the league.
In the mid lane, depth charge goes. They're able to lock down tactical. Now
Oh,
here comes the
equalizer.
equalizer. It's beautifully played.
Nice equalizer.
Tactical will fall. Now the follow through. Rovex looking to bail out.
They canceled the Galio ult.
Gets tagged away. Samikin critically low.
Ooh.
Gonna be found onto Fake God. Samikin gets the justice punch out of there, and Rovex will sacrifice his life for his mid laner.
It ends up being a 1-for-1 both in bottom and in mid. These teams just throwing punches at each other. A huge equalizer from Fake God made it look like Luminosity would clean up more kills. But we can take a look at this play first. It's just a Weaver's Wall onto Insanity, or Levitate rather. Insanity misses a seismic shove, but Zazel gets the taxi, gets the kill.
Just running them down.
Without a paddle, ends up trading out.
He's just a man. Got to go for them dives. As I said, he denied tier 1 contract. Shopify, they wanted to keep him, dude. They wanted to keep Zazel.
I would
and
want to
he said-
keep him too, yeah.
He said, yeah, I want to break from tier 1. I'm going to go back to tier 2 for a little bit.
I will say, I respect this Luminosity team a lot because, you know, for Luminosity...
That's interesting. Turning down a contract from Shopify to come play in tier 2.
Betting on themselves after what was a rough split on Shopify. It's so cool to see as now, potential pick on a Rovex.
What I thought right there as Rovex.
Oh God.
They wanted to get the Weaver's Wall to cut off Levitate's route, but not quite at the right angle, so they'll go for the Stragglers instead, and that's going to be Samikin once more, who's going to fall for the 3rd time in this game, hunted down by Luminosity.
Luminosity has just been so aggressive at taking control of Blue Otter's jungle. They're forcing their way into the enemy vision line and not allowing them to play the game. Insanity continues to be dominant on this Talia. 5-1 and 6 now. The Weaver's Wall was good. The Baron is the focus.
Yeah, these Weaver's walls have been really good. Oh.
The seismic shove, and he is gone. Now Music looking to return fire with the
Oh, Quacker missed.
Insanity is still there. He's filing away.
Oh my God.
He will rock their world. A double kill for Fake God.
Insanity is having an incredible game. He finds Levitate with the seismic shove. He sidesteps the public execution, and he lives the entire time. It's an unofficial ace. It's a Baron going the way of LG.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna. You know who said that, Hawk?
Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
David Insanity Chell. I love that pick that he got on Levitate. He just hid in that bush up. You can see the fight that started a little bit earlier right here. It was pretty much
No, one shot from Tactical.
but on the tail end of this entire thing, as you can see, gonna pick up Samikin. That's the easy pick right there. I mean, you're in the jungle. That jungle no longer belongs to you, bro. This is Luminosity Gaming's jungle. And then look at Insanity. Look at Insanity. Moving in complete silence. He knows who's about to show up. Levitate's trying to posture up. Easy flick.
I mean, Blue Water saw him there. Why did Blue Water's frontline abandon their AD carry? Like, yes, it's an outplay from Insanity, but I have...
It is an outplay from Insanity, but that still was crazy.
Also, that sidestep, the little bit of just micro movement from Insanity on the public execution, that is quality micro to be able to live through the entire fight. Not even...
I'm listening. Hi, Sean, but can't watch. All right. LG's winning. I'm driving, finishing work. That makes sense. Let me paint a picture for you. We're 28 minutes into the game. LG has a 5,000 gold lead. Blue Otter keeps getting caught at various places around the map, and they're currently getting caught again in a fight that they probably shouldn't have taken. Insanity looks crazy on Talia. I think those are the highlights. Yeah, it's gotta be it.
Not a wave yet for Luminosity, but Fake God has one in mid. Minions conga lining up through bottom. Cloud Soul gonna be the focus as well. I think this game will continue, but as you say, it is most firmly in the control of LG as Blue Otter simply cannot find a dive.
Bot lane tower falls, inhibitor now going to be exposed. Still have 8 seconds before you have your top jungle now returning. And that's not enough time to defend your base. Another tower in the mid lane will fall. Cloud Soul now acquired over on the side of Luminosity Gaming. They have a 7-point...
Surprise Insanities and NACL, not LTA proper. Yeah, there was a lot more competition this split, so...
And, I mean, I like the look. Blue Otter,
He's undervalued. Yeah, he does. He's a good player.
This fight from becoming a 4v5 in the enemy team's favor, we cannot lose, as now Insanity is legendary.
We just can't have replays.
Insanity is legendary.
Someone is dying, and that someone is going to be Levitate this time.
There goes Levitate.
Only 2 members left, Quacker and Samikin, and here is Luminosity knocking on the door.
Yeah, surely this is going to be it. They don't have Baron anymore, but another 3-for-0 fight. Inhibitor's the focus. Nexus Tower is the only thing defending the Nexus.
Huh, how did we end up here? Well,
Balls by the wayside. One more inhibitor remains. They don't even really need to go.
that's complicated.
Outright right now. There's no wave clear.
It's not that shocking, truly.
So they hop onto the Nexus Tower. Samikin with the Justice Punch gets caught out by Tomio on the Vault Breaker, burning down to Fake God. Flamethrower will have to go golden. Last stand for Blue Otter.
Last stand. We just came out of a replay and a bunch of people are caught. Yeah, it's been happening a lot.
And crumble at the wrath of Luminosity Gaming as they'll take game number 1 of this best of 3.
A very clean game at that. We said we wanted to see a confidence win from Luminosity. Destruct, I don't know about you, but I give it a 10.
Yeah, that
was a good game.
To say the very least. I mean, in the early game, a lot of that pressure did show up in the form of what music was able to influence on the map, but they responded to it well enough. They set up traps, they set up plays. More importantly, they kept catching out Levitate on that immobile Varus, and it really compounded into...
Yeah, they just kept really catching him and killing him repeatedly. I hate missing the setup to plays like that. Just run a random replay. Yeah, I think it's hard to predict sometimes, too.
Luminosity, they got that guy. And not only that, I'm really impressed about how they didn't look, single-minded. They didn't over-tunnel vision on the dive in certain fights. They really could cleanly control the space. It seemed like they had clear executional comms. And I think some of the issues for Blue Otter still reared their heads a little bit. Too much individual play. Not looking like...
Too much individual play. Yeah. They have some cohesiveness issues, I think, but...
going on out there, which is not really what we expected of a team running things back for the second split in a row.
showing just how much that veterancy can play in the NACL. Off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 between Blue Otter and Luminosity Gaming.
I'm also going to take a moment, chat, and bring my need to get home for the boys. You do need to get home for the boys.
The most interesting thing about our team is mostly our mid laners champ pool. I think he was already a pretty unique player.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I will be back in a moment. I'm going to bring my smoothie cup
kind of
out to the
more
kitchen.
unleashed, and I'd say mid lane is commonly a role where people aren't really willing to innovate. It's like if your mid laner picks a weak champion and you feel like you can't play, it impacts the whole map a lot more than like top lane or bot lane. Maybe not bot lane these days, but top lane kind of can play whatever they want up there, you know? But it doesn't feel like mid can do that, but I think Insanity does a good job of having a unique champion pool, but not having like many picks where I feel like he can't do anything.
Now this is living. My favorite song, a beautiful sunset, no traffic. I could do this all night. Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com.
Hey, Chad, I'm back.
I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition.
Sean, give me a ping when you're home. Maybe we can vibe.
Work. Play.
A lot of ads.
Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief. Work. Play. Blink. Relief.
The only 3-in-1 extended relief formula for dry eyes.
We as a nation need to stop advertising medicines.
To help your eyes keep going.
Blink.
Relief with every blink. Getting your finances in order isn't just about saving, it's about doing. So, what do you want to do? Whatever financial success looks like to you, Stretch Financial Wellness is here to support you while you put in the work. Visualize your success, attack your goals, go get it.
At first, I thought the point of this uniform was for everyone to be the same. Blend in. But I wanted a future where I could stand out. Where I could be part of a team. Without losing who I am. And have the chance to explore new opportunities. While keeping the part that makes me, well, me. Today, I'm an even better version of myself. And I know the best is yet to come.
Ooh.
I still can't believe we have Space Force.
Take Discover. You're stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants?
And these are my 14th.
Discover is accepted in 99% of places nationwide.
I think Jennifer Coolidge is hysterical.
Yet we lose so many to storms and disease.
So Subaru partnered with the Arbor Day Foundation. Subaru and our retailers will help by giving away 100,000 new trees. Together, we're growing greener, healthier communities. Subaru.
Sorry, they're giving away trees?
Hey, my treat today.
How does that work?
I don't think they'll take that here. Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past. Unlike me.
You're stuck in the past.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL game number 1. Blue Otters versus Luminosity Gaming just concluded. And what was a little bit of life in that early game quickly dwindled to the overwhelming power of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, Luminosity, they looked in sync. That's for damn sure.
Luminosity did look really good in that game.
Pick setups, a lot of bullying in the enemy jungle, and even though I think Blue Otter, to their credit, as they typically do, they were scrappy. They found some fights back. It was not, you know, exactly the game that they would have wanted to have. LG, definitely a big win to start off the series.
Yeah, and I think it really started in draft. I really liked what Luminosity did, because it felt like they were baiting a lot of these picks from Blue Otter. Yeah, Levitate's not the best on immobile ADC, so what are we going to do? We're going to let him grab the Varus and then follow it up with the Vi pick. They leave the Ambessa up, Quacker takes it, they grab a Talia, who is great at manipulating the terrain and making it harder for Ambessa to get around. It was a lot of great answers. The Alistair as well, Zazel was just this...
The draft was really good.
Quacker couldn't get past, and sometimes he would try and just get butted away.
And I do think you start to bring up an important point here where the composition from LG had very clear execution and was just generally very, very solid, right? And I think both of us agree that Luminosity did get the better of Blue Otter in the draft for game 1. It didn't look like Blue, A, had the stronger composition, or B, exactly knew how to execute or create win conditions with the champions that they did have. So I do hope that for game number 2, we get to see something that Blue Otter does know how to execute more highly upon and potentially makes LG work for it a little bit more.
I mean, we definitely got to see some of that comfort come through. I think step number 1, music on his Xin Xiao. His early positioning, early pathing did give Blue Otter some bite in that early game as a whole. As well as the deep warding that he was doing for Blue Otter. When he's on these aggressive fighters, you always feel his impact in the game, even if Blue Otter don't take the game, even if they don't get the dub. So that's step number 1.
Yeah, music did still look really good, but
coming out of Blue Otter in the jungle role, but maybe it's time to get Samikin onto those artillery mages that he's much more comfortable with, or just...
I mean, Samikin looked good, man. They just weren't really coordinated, it seemed like.
It's an interesting question, too, because, you know, I do really want to see Samikin branch out off of the typical things we see him going for, and LG really did focus him out in the draft. I think there were 3 bans that went towards his pool and also a protected blind pick Talia on R3 that makes it difficult, I think, for Samikin.
Blue Otter? Blue? Yeah, Blue Otter. Result, Blue Otter lost to Luminosity in that game.
The issue that I have for Blue is that
Luminosity's up 1-2-0.
Yeah, I want to see him on different stuff, but he looked just uncomfortable, right? The Insanity dominated in the early laning phase, and even though Samikin did have some good early mid-game skirmishes to bounce back, I also think there were some mistakes here and there later on in the fights that definitely made Blue Otter, I think, put them in a more difficult position.
And I think a lot of people are going to look towards Insanity and be like, why is this such a hard opponent to have to overtake? That's if your context is only 2024, when you saw him kind of stuck in that marksman ADC meta. If you saw him prior to that, back when he was on TSM or even Academy, when he was on Dignitas Challengers, we got to see that wealth of mage champions in his champion pool that he has, all these quirky picks that he can pull out.
We're talking about tactical right now?
Around this draft really well, which is going to put a lot of pressure onto Samikin once again.
Yeah, it most certainly is going to. We'll see if they can make something happen.
We're back.
Now Blue Otter onto the red side, opting for it. So Whether the R5 counter pick goes towards Samikin or somebody else, I agree. He is definitely the player that I'm looking at to step up because he needs to contain Insanity. A heater of a game one for the LG mid laner. Kalista, Zoe, the first 2 bans.
I still remember when Insanity was on Dignitas Challengers. It was a team that kind of just showed up, got all the way to the finals out of nowhere, and a lot of it was led off of his ability to play in the mid lane. So a big force right there, even though he's, I think, the only player on the squad who doesn't have an NACL trophy, just the runner-up.
I think so, yeah.
But still very...
All right, fairly typical bans.
Another look at the bans right now. Still a lot of respect being paid by banning away that...
Who do you think will win match 2? With how they both looked, probably Luminosity. I'd enjoy seeing Blue Otter win, but just so we get a game 3, you know? But I wouldn't be shocked to see the Luminosity just to Blue Otter here. That's interesting.
I'm actually really curious to see why this is the case. I'm expecting a B1 to come out for Tomio more than likely here.
Sean, are you still listening? If you are, why would we ban Gwen Nefiri blue side right now?
Ended up going for the Vi. Having both those tank options
in your opinion?
One of them feels like an obvious B1 here.
Yeah, let's see if they want to...
Corki!
They are going for the Corki.
Corki first pick.
I don't know, that could be interesting because Tactical can play, but you can also flex it into...
B1, B1.
Put Insanity on it. 2024, I think that was his most played champion.
Corki was Tactical's most played champion in 2021? I guess that makes sense. Corki's been fairly solid at different times in a while. For a while. Words are hard, guys. Alright. Cut me some slack.
But I mean, the Jhin was fantastic in game 1 and
the Aurora Slam.
A very safe pick. We talk about getting Samikin on comfort though, immediately going for the Aurora, not even thinking twice. Now the question becomes, what's Insanity going to cook as a counter?
I mean, that could be top.
I definitely like the Aurora pick because it's a...
I think we're kind of assuming that it's mid.
He's already seen success on it this season so far. It's one of the mages that it's not exactly an artillery mage, plays very brawly in a sense, and Samikin, it just happens to be one of those that can actually pop off on. Now the marksman lock-in is
the Misfortune
really
is interesting.
A team fight composition. We have a lot of zone control now being locked in on the side of Blue Otter as they grab that Misfortune.
Yeah, and a very easy composition to execute.
Honestly, grab the Braum.
Fight conditions. Very clear. It's not the mobile AD carry for Levitate, but it's definitely something he can have impact on. As we get the first
Lilia. Aurora top. Flashbacks to the Shy a few days ago into the Scion who literally couldn't die. Yeah, well, they're flexing it, you know? Or most people are flexing it right now. Between mid and top.
From him. And it's post-nerf, 15.7, but undoubtedly still a very strong champion.
Lorel, okay.
I'm really intrigued to see this one brought out so early in the draft.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. We've seen the way it can work out. Just having the ability to put in the Wilting Lullaby, if you get it on 5, it can be so impactful for a lot of these 5v5 situations. But grabbing it early does put you at the risk of counter picks. One of them we've seen very recently was Milio in the support role, who can
oh shit
and remove basically Mikhail's with through.
They slammed Viego. Everybody watch out.
But now we're going deep into the carry pants, man. Viego locked in for music.
I mean, I gotta say, I like this pick purely because I still think music has...
They're saying go do your shit, music. That's what that is right there. That's what that pick is.
On a carry that can impact the game. He started 2-0 last time around on the Xin Zhao. Unfortunately, wasn't able to convert that into, you know, a meaningful lead, but I think it makes sense. Blue Otter clearly just wants to kill everybody, or die trying, right? They have
or die trying.
Damage in this comp against a lot of different people. They're going to have the Viego resetting everywhere. In the back half of the draft, though, where is the setup going?
Honestly, they pick one more AD damage threat, and that Rammus is going to go so hard.
To get the team and the fights started, so that way they can start getting those resets. Target selection going to be critical.
Yeah, like, whenever you take a Viego, having front-loaded damage helps you out so much because you want to start those resets in a very, very timely manner. That's what's going to take over a lot of these fights.
That is what's going to take over those fights. That's true.
Yone and Gnar are going to get taken off, as well as Leona.
Yone, Gnar, Leona.
Maokai is one career
Darius.
champion for Tomio. If that's left on the table. It is another type of point and click.
Lock another AD threat. Lock another AD threat, please.
And lock him down before he gets going.
Yeah, I wonder what we'll see come out. I'm expecting to see Rovex's pick right here and R5 for Quacker more than likely, so that way they do have a lane that they can find push through. Insanity
Rakan makes sense.
something in against this Aurora though, and unless it's the Corki, because we are seeing 80 carry hovers right now from Tactical. I know talking about hovers, but at the very least, hey, for Rovex though, Rakan, that is something that can get the fight started. And
Yeah, but again, guys, they're still talking like the Aurora is locked for mid here, and it might not be.
Let's see what they choose to go.
Samikin does play it, but I think Quacker does too.
For hovering around for ADCs, Ashe has been a very potent pick in the fact that like you don't even need to be on the map. Crystal Arrow gets a pretty low cooldown, and you can just walk into the Fog of War, throw it out, and find a pick in a different lane.
Ooh.
Jax.
This is interesting to me though. I mean, look, it's just a bunch of strong champions. 5 meta champions right now is the composition for Luminosity Gaming, but in my opinion,
Akali.
a ton of tools to actually dodge out on the aggressive composition that Blue Otter has locked in so far, right? Ashe and Jax don't necessarily interact with the AoE burst that can come out. Yes, Jax can get out of the backline and try to shut down this Misfortune, but
Shen.
mobility on their side. We get a Shen to come out here.
The Quacker Shen.
On 5. I have not seen this champion in forever, but it can match Jax endlessly in the side lane and then always join up for the
Gotta love the Quacker Shen.
when the team needs. I'm going to be honest, Eric. I think Blue Otter a much better composition from them this time around. Just
All right, chat, we're
because the
standing.
conditions are so much more clear.
Now, I do want to state, this is not just Jax that's getting locked in. This is Fake God's Jax. He is a career Jax player. He's played all the way back in 2018 Scouting Grounds when he first debuted and exploded into the scene.
At my standing desk.
Side lanes with his champion. So yeah, Quacker's gonna have to meet him. He's gonna have to challenge him with that Shen. It's a good answer to be able to try and stop someone who's gonna be in that comfort zone, who's gonna be in the zone on that Jax.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's going to be the most interesting matchup, I think, in terms of champions. But, Eric, for me, still looking at the mid lane, we have carry junglers this time around. Viego versus Lilia. Samikin needs to be able to create pressure in this lane. Otherwise, I fear that Insanity and Tomio might just run the game over again. But Tomio,
all right, here we go.
Off a go button. And with Blue Otter having clear fight conditions,
See how it goes.
Think Blue Otter has an avenue potentially. And
Do you guys like how when I'm standing, you can see the Pikachu more?
Our potential second place team this time around. We'll see if they can execute upon it for a 2-0 or.
Well, concerned about red side's damage. Feels like if they don't instead of fight off really well, they'll struggle in fights. Yeah, they might. It's certainly a possibility.
Bring it back. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is gonna take this dub. Will it be the Otters, the Underdogs, the Under Otters, or
the Under Otters?
The old veterans in the space. Well, I know we do have a lot of comfort being drafted on both.
Yeah, I mean,
and a much more set.
I think they have the damage.
Quacker even taking the ignite. So
we'll see.
What you want to see from an R5 counter pick, right? Something that you think you can create an advantage with.
Oh God, Quacker took ignite.
The Shen, as we mentioned, should always be able
God bless him.
to match the Jax, and with the ignite, maybe even try to generate a lead.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of camera attention over on the top side, I feel. And you double that with the fact that you have these carry junglers. They're gonna want a piece of the pie, man. So, you know, you can have much more presence in these side lanes.
Yeah, gonna need to fight to start going.
Lead in the side lane, you know, that
A little early to start rolling resets. Aurora needs to find a spot to get a good burst off. EMF needs a good angle for R. Yeah, that's true.
Get going from his lane. You know,
I think as long as they don't all miss. I think you can deal with one missing, but I think if you can start fights off well, then they can win easily. Yeah. No, that's fair. I think if one of them fucks up, it's fine.
Last game too, Luminosity, the way they really extended their lead was just by forcibly walking in to Blue Otter's jungle and taking space. Potential push inside could really help Blue Otter fight back against that. So I agree. Top side of the map, both mid and top lane going to be very important. Junglers both pathing matched up towards that side yet again this game.
They both pathing top? Yeah.
Bottom lane, a flash was burnt out of Levitate to get away from the engage of Zeyzal. It wasn't even level 2 advantage. He did it at level 1 in a double stun from Zeyzal as well. Just look at that pressure being applied from the bot lane of Luminosity.
Yeah, Zeyzal likely having the Hex Flash, opts to invest his real flash just to apply pressure to the lane, force Levitate back.
Yeah, of course Zeyzal has Hex Flash. Why wouldn't he have Hex Flash on Rel here?
Zeyzal to have push in this lane with both junglers not able to intervene in the near future.
Both junglers having mirrored paths that's gonna end up.
Music is ignoring his red. Is it more efficient to do this, or is he just trying to get closer to the lane for the gank here? If he wants to gank.
Music is finishing towards that side of the map. His full clear. You don't want to be overextended when you're taking that much damage.
No, I guess just going to Krugs and then back to red is more efficient.
We'll see if there ends up being a fight over this crab.
The more you know.
Time around the wave state's much more even. Samikin at least keeping the lane very even against Insanity so far.
Alright, he just finished it. He's going to explore. Quacker's put him in a good spot too.
Still already better, as it looks like top lane will be the focus.
And he walks out.
This Jax pop off. Stonewall it with the Shen.
I think he solos Lilia if he gets her.
Have a significant impact in the total state of the game. As now Tomio looking to
He missed.
Should be able to get
Alright, yeah, she just leaves. The tax.
I mean, when you have a Viego, yeah, it's cool. You see him pop off in team fights and stuff, but he needs to get towards that carry state first. So he's not bringing too much damage in these early ganks.
Not too much damage, but his damage is alright.
Tomio around that early crab as well. You know, seeing Music up on that ward, just saying, oh, I can one-shot the crab really quick and then use my movement speed to get away. So it ends up being the trade of crabs in the
I can one-shot the crab and then get the fuck out of here.
Music has already taken his reset to resume the full clear, while Tomio stayed on the map that little bit longer, so maybe an angle for a play in towards mid while Tomio's off reset, but I don't expect anything to come out.
No, I am expecting a little bit more of a passive game, minus this bottom lane and whatever shenanigans Zeyzal's gonna throw our way with his mighty beard. Just off of the fact that
Zeyzal Q. Yeah.
They're not that type of jungler. So we should have, you know, a rather early lull in the action, basically waiting around a lot of these objective timers.
Man, that fucking Misfortune Q bent. Took a hard right turn there.
Yeah, it's gonna be Insanity forced to base first, and Sammy is keeping the CS even. So good stuff right now. Blue Otter's mid laner. You had concerns
nice job, Sammy.
about his laning so far this season. We both had concerns about his ability to lane into Insanity, and so far, so good in game 2.
I mean, for Samikin, his laning stats have been rather abysmal this season so far.
Have they really?
It's a good turn of events. It's a good swing of momentum for him, especially against such a tough opponent as Insanity. But always keep in mind, Insanity did not look as good in the marksman meta. And being on that Corki and having Samikin on comfort, this might be enough to influence that mid lane and actually give Samikin a fighting chance. Now here we go, gank coming out from the top lane.
Worth a shot.
The snare. They got just gonna say hello, goodbye.
Music should be fine. Still lurking and looking. I mean, just wants to apply pressure to the push that Luminosity has had in their side waves, but
mid has first roam, but
looks like both supports on the roam towards mid. Flash forced.
Fake got it to flash.
Void Grub's immune pulled Music, waiting on one end. Some lane control.
Omeo took one.
In the mid lane will mean that Zeyzal and Sanity will meet up with the rest of the team to start these Void Grubs.
Are they doing this, or oh, no, they're not.
Exactly there for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, Music still staying around, but this is a level 5 Viego. The escape's not really there. This is a complete solo.
Oh, he's going. Oh my god, he got it.
Able to get the grub, but what is it going to cost him now coming in? Stand United going to find his way into the fight. Music's running critically low, but the
he's Rel!
was found thanks to Quacker. Now Blue Otter fighting tooth and nail. Will find kill after kill after kill. They want to clean it up with Insanity. Going for the long chase. Insanity will Valkyrie.
Oh my god, that was close.
Start off feisty.
It's not a solo mission because he has the Shen Quacker.
Quacker got 3 kills.
Picking up 3 kills. They're able to get a grub. They're able to get the feat of warfare. And just
The
like
carry Shen.
Water wins the first fight. As we can take another look, it looks like Music's throwing it all away to find this grub.
It did look a little bit like he was throwing it all away.
And Music barely lives long enough for the reset to come out on 1 HP. Fake God's out of mana, a great double stun as Music turns into the Rel, and the arrival of Rovex seals it for the Otters.
You needed to stop that reset, but Quacker finds it. 3 kills back to back to back to keep Music alive.
It's good for Music.
Get Blue Otter the edge that they needed in this early game. Now Blue Otter 1.1k in the lead.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not bad. Not a ton, but nothing to scoff at.
Anything in their lanes. The CS still even across the board. It was a great time to fight for Blue, and they just simply outperformed LG. It was a game of inches, but sometimes that's all it takes to potentially grow it to a mile. However, LG, they are first back out of the next play, and Sanity has push in mid. Dragon
Yeah,
Focus
they don't get this, or Blue Otter doesn't contest this, but...
Rovex has the advantage over Levitate.
Or they do?
Rovex will get the knock-up on the Zazel. Here comes the rest of Blue Otters trying to respond to Luminosity starting this.
Oh my god.
8k remains. Wilting Lullaby goes off. They get the sleep and the damage to follow. Looking to pick off Samikin. He will survive thanks to the blast plant. As Luminosity get priority on the
Drake reset. Are they going to go back in here? They all have a lot still.
You do not take this. Way too many low health bars. This Dragon is forfeit to Luminosity.
And that's a pretty big play for LG right there. Zazel still being level 5, approaching that fight. Blue Otter really
Quacker proxy farming?
for the play, but I like the confidence of Tomio before Blue Otter could connect.
Kind of fucked Quacker. You can't be doing that to people.
Off, even though it's no kills, it was enough to control the river and dissuade any more action.
And what a pretty good early performance coming out of Quacker. I mean, keep in mind, this is the guy that, you know, he came in 2023 as this fierce Olaf Darius player who was just trying to rack in solo kills. And, you know, as unfortunate as it is, didn't get the best performances that he wanted. Year to year, he's been growing, he's been developing, he's been expanding his pool. Now we get to see something like this Shen popping off, 3 kills early and leading the charge.
That was a good try on that Ashar.
Blue Otter immediately using that top push that they have to walk in.
A little ambitious, but I like the idea.
For himself becomes even more important in these carry versus carry matchups, and now, yeah, Quacker up a pretty significant amount of CS. Obviously, look, 3 kills around the grubs definitely helps, but being able to get those 3 kills was definitely a self-manufactured play. So, I mean, really good stuff. I completely agree. I think general consensus throughout, you know, the entire NACL talent team is that the top 2 top laners should be Zamudo and Fake God this year, and then we're kind of looking at who that third one to crop up will be. You know, names like Crimson, Denethor, TF Blade, they've been tossed around, but I think Quacker showing that he can have a good game against one of those top 2 is definitely really nice to see.
Now here we go, an engage attempted in the mid lane, looking for Insanity, able to get the ultimate onto him. They lock down the crowd control.
Damn.
Samikid will get the kill.
R.I.P.
We talked about confidence a lot this game, Deathrox. How about that? Rovex, flash, quickness, they just full sent it. That was nice.
That's exactly what you want to see at this state of the game right now. I mean, even Samikin looks like he's playing with confidence. This entire team looks like they're playing with confidence right now. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a confidence boost to have some time alone with these Void Grubs. Be able to net themselves.
Good for Blue Otter.
Getting it at 4 grubs for Blue Otter.
And again, for LG to, I think, hold the moniker of consensus top 2 team like many expect them to be, we want to see a clean 2-0 from them. So I'm loving how Blue Otter is pushing this game and taking it to the favorites right now. It's just a beautiful commit from Rovex.
That was nice.
Nobody was around to support Insanity. Blue Otter knew that because they saw Zazel and Tomio in their bottom side jungle, and they're able to find the pick. It directly converts into the Void Grubs. Now 4 to their name, still having that.
Those 4 Void Grubs will be nice for them.
And no counterpunch for Luminosity on that play.
And you can see what this gold is really starting to amount to. The damage Fake God took. Just one simple little pump right there, and a quarter of his health just goes away. Samikin now can be a big factor in this game. Everyone else is getting fed pretty well on top of it. Your solo lanes are doing well. You look at the bottom lane, Levitate's keeping up with Tactical. So this is the right game state for Blue Otters to...
Yeah, this is what Blue Otter wants.
Matchup against Luminosity.
Yeah, and they're going to continue controlling the top side of the map. Samakin pushing up, trying to use those grubs to get some of the tower plates before they fall off, get some damage down.
That was a good effort.
The Herald going to spawn in about 3.5 minutes as well. Likely an objective to be in their sights. That's Fake God.
Music's pushing here.
Okay, here we go, right on to Zazel. Zazel looking to hop right on out of there. Tomio's taking way too much damage, though, as now the Stand United going to be channeled. Wilting Lullaby.
Oh my god.
But it won't stop the taunt of Quacker. Out comes the bullet time. Fake God survives. Thanks
Well,
to
late.
Flash.
LG does get away. Good poise under pressure as Zazel found the interrupt onto the grand entrance. I think Blue had a kill if Rovex was able to get that one off. But we do see, I think, some of the weaknesses that we saw last game from Blue Otter, Eric, where they really want to make this play work, but LG sort of outplaying in the escape, and Blue commits quite a bit to the cause. It was 4 ultimates getting invested to not find a kill. At the very least, it does net them the top lane tower and the extension.
Now, credit where credit
We're back
due,
to sitting.
They burned flashes, and they got summoner spells out of the side of Luminosity, more particularly just...
We're going to go between sitting and standing. It's better for me, I think, health-wise.
So that's something to keep in stock and keep in mind, and we've already seen that Blue Otter can play around the splash timers. They did it on Insanity. Let's see if they can do it to Fake God.
But they're not going to be up for the dragon here. Now, Blue Otter is first into the river, but they cannot fight. I mean, Fake God only invested, excuse me, LG only invested 1 ultimate getting out as Quacker. That's a TP. It's a cross map.
Right
Wow.
there, yeah.
I'm really surprised to see Luminosity just full cross mapping. I guess they identified that they were late coming off of their reset, so they didn't want to try to have to retake the river against Blue Otter, but...
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but still.
I'm pretty surprised.
I mean, they need the influx of gold pretty bad.
That's true.
Especially on this top side for Fake God, who's been getting left behind just from Quacker getting that triple kill earlier. We had seen the gold amounts. It was like a K that separated our top laners, so... For Luminosity Gaming, I mean, you can afford to at least concede the dragon for the time being in favor of trying to get your Jax online, trying to get your Corki online so you can actually stand toe-to-toe in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, you look at the scaling on LG, their damage does get quite a bit stronger around the 2-3 item mark with all their carries. So for that reason, I do think getting the gold is definitely a viable choice. It's most certainly the higher percentage choice as well for LG, but again, just, you know, looking at windows where potentially...
Definitely the higher percentage choice. It is.
Could have been one, but they opt not to take it. Fake God may be going to be able to knock down a second tower of the game, so LG is starting to open up the map. Blue faltering just a little bit on the different waves.
Gonna let the cannon creep dive
All right.
the tower before he takes it. So another tower taken. Luminosity now in the lead when it comes to tower kills. They've taken the bottom tower, they've taken the top tower. They just need to take that mid tower and they can start to open up this map much more. Blue Otter's got to be a little bit more proactive before it gets to that game state.
Yeah, and that's going to be something...
Yeah, they got to get a little more fighty.
Blue Otter, they have a lead, and they were able to secure a much better one than game 1, but can they actually convert it into a win? Because this doesn't mean anything if they just lose the series at the end of this game. Music is on to the Rift Herald, a fantastic tool to potentially accelerate the pace of the game, and with LG committed towards the bottom side of the map, it should be a relatively uncontested take.
It's interesting. It looks like Luminosity are looking for setups elsewhere. They just can't really find them. Saw Tomio in a tactical position.
Just throw the bowling ball up towards top side. Maybe you'll get it.
They just back off because not really enough information. On top of that, Quacker's not far away enough from the tower. Considering he's already finished his Dead Man's Plate, he's in quite a bit of beef onto the scene right now.
It feels to me like does not feel they've hit their critical item spikes to be able to take a fight, at least when compared with, you know, Bloodthirster, Misfortune, Ludens on the Aurora, and Trinity Force on this Viego, right? So they're saying, hey, we're just gonna get some vision down for the next dragon. We're just going to play slow and steady, and we don't need to flip the game right now because our damage does scale really well.
Herald crashes into the mid lane. The Blue Otter are unable to take the tower just
Unimpressive
yet.
Herald. I'm not gonna lie.
You're hoping for the tower take. Mid lane tower going down really does open up the map for a lot of vision control that you can place forward. So it is a high value outer tower to go ahead and claim.
Yeah.
Instead, Blue Otter are going to even it up on the top and bottom as they'll take their bot lane tower.
So I will say, with 4 members committed mid from Blue with the Herald, you can see the power of the Shen. Fake God fogged up towards mid lane, worried about a full 5-man dive from Blue to go for the mid tower, but Quacker just doesn't have to do it. Escorts up the wave, takes the bottom lane.
Quacker just doesn't have to do it.
Still get an objective off of that Herald drop, even if it's not the mid lane tower that they were going for. However, I will say, not having access to that tool for the dragon in a minute 15, I usually like when teams wait for like that wave before the dragon to force a response out. Regardless, that's not the world that we live in. Blue, their lead has stagnated but stayed consistent, and to their credit, they are first into the river. I think this is going to be the fight where the game breaks open. We've got 2 items on Samakin. LG yet to
I mean, Quacker's just gonna kill the fuck out of Insanity here, right?
Insanity has his flash as well as his
Oh, maybe not.
so he's not going to be in danger, but Quacker just might.
Oh.
Quacker looks to turn it around, gets an auto onto Insanity. Here comes Tomio as well as Zazel on the back foot. Mid lane tower going to fall. All in the meanwhile, looking for the wilting lullaby will be found onto Quacker, and Quacker's all by his lonesome.
Oh.
To turn it around. There's the ignite.
The ignite kills him?
Goes up. Will he tick down one?
Oh.
So close.
He almost got him.
I respect
That's crazy.
sauce right there. Production just told me how much HP he had. I didn't quite hear it. If they want to repeat that for me.
20
HP on Insanity as the ignite almost found him. Quacker, I like the gumption, doesn't get it. Regardless, it's still a pretty good play for Blue. They're able to get the mid lane tier 1 for their trouble, as well as damage in mid. As Dragon still the focus, Quacker has the stand united, so music in on towards it.
Not even close, baby. That Dragon now getting cooled. Blue Otter have easy positioning right here. I mean, you got Rovex going deep into the jungle, kind of supported by Levitate. This Dragon stacking will go the way of Blue Otter. Arriving late to the party is Luminosity Gaming. That's okay, Blue Otter securing that.
Eric, I feel like this game was much calmer than the first one we had. There's only been 5 kills. It's 20 minutes in. Where's my Blue Otter bloodbath?
Where's my Blue Otter bloodbath?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Quacker did have some sauce. He's got a he does not have, no, never mind. He doesn't have 100% KP. I was gonna say if he was 3-1-1, that's true 100% KP right there. As Quacker, he's just too far up in the side lane, but knows that his team has push in mid, so they will be able to get something for this nonetheless. It just becomes a game of how much time can he buy. I do wonder if there was ever an angle to stand United out at any point, you know, because Tomio takes the CC a while to go down. Regardless, that's not the world we live in. Taunt, Flash, just barely not able to find that last auto. That would have certainly been the kill onto Insanity.
That was so close.
That was insanely close, man. As close as it gets. If you don't want the Stand United to interrupt your gank, just go gank the Stand United, and that play ended up working out.
I guess that's true. If you don't want it to interrupt you, just go interrupt them.
On top of that, so being able to stifle them to try and even out this lane that Fake God's been suffering in, it's got to feel good and be a bit of a relief for Luminosity.
I feel like we don't really see Titanic Hydra built all that much anymore. It was really strong, what was it, early last season, but I mean, Shen likes this item so much, the ability to push on the waves as Tactical shows up.
Very, very spooky. Okay, Taunt's going to be burned away. You're not getting away from an Ashe. The slows are constant. They are right there. You have nothing to get away. Tactical.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He had no way to know the Ashe was there, but still very unfortunate.
Let's just keep killing it.
Something you brought up in game 1 was side laning for Blue Otter. Quacker, he's up in a side lane when his entire team was on reset, so there's literally nothing to gain right there for Blue Otter in the counterpunch.
Yeah.
I mean, to give Quacker some credit, like, why is the Ashe here almost, you know? I wouldn't have expected it, but, I mean, when all of Blue Otter's on reset, LG is their map, so you just have to respect that. Tactical, a really nice kill to be able to pick up. And for 0 cost, Blue Otter, they continue to have their lead just barely slip away.
DCA gonna land in the mid lane, finds it onto Levitate. Nice knockup from Rovex will stop the counter-strike from finding the stun on Levitate.
Yeah, if Fakon really wanted to commit to that fight, he could have flashed for it, but I think with no neutral objectives on the map other than the Otacon, it's not worth selling out to try to get onto Levitate, who also still has both summoners, so good disengage right there from Blue. I like the look from Tactical, though. That's always how you want to play the Ashe. Just throw out the arrow. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Just throw the arrow.
Scott Ben Hawkins.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's on such a low cooldown. It's just worth throwing.
No, okay, I think the reason they're not throwing out the arrow as much is because of what Quacker did in that early game when he got the triple kill. It kind of stopped a lot of the playmaking potential that Luminosity were looking to do for that early stage. But now that we're like past that point, the gold lead is not as big, at least in the context.
Yeah, the gold lead is pretty small.
Yeah.
So, like, just send it.
Start looking for those picks.
But not able to get any summoner spells right, and so I like the look, but ultimately it's just going to continue to be a slow burn. I think the dragon in a minute and a half is going to be where we see a big fight. I thought it would be the last Drake, and Luminosity continued to still cross map. They're still trying to get 2 items on all of their key carries. Tomio and Tactical are, rather Insanity and Tactical are unfortunately just a little bit further behind the curve of the game. They do now have the 2 items just off the most recent reset, so they have arrived at that spike.
Yuntal PD
On getting there, though. I mean, yeah,
for Ashe is a pretty solid spot to be.
Just enough to delay all those critical item spikes by an extra couple of minutes.
But that's where you got to give credit to the veterancy of Luminosity Gaming. If you look at the way they've been playing the game, they're not taking big risk. They're doing trades. They understand that they're not at their strong point anymore, that Quacker is kind of controlling some of these early stages of the game. So they just go for the gold trades. They try and get onto their carries. So when we get into the late game, they can actually do something more than just be, well, fodder for Quacker to knock down.
And all eyes on the double 80 carries of Luminosity. Insanity had a fantastic game.
All eyes on the double 80 carries.
Been so good throughout the first 2 weeks, doing by far the largest share of damage on the team as Tomio's the target. He's up too far.
Tomio's up way
Nice.
too far, and Samikin will cut off the route. Blue Otters will take down the jungler. Luminosity, and look at that, Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. They're gonna go to Dragon Soul Point.
Yeah, that's just a free Drake. Tomio way too far ahead of his team, trying to get down vision. We've seen that a couple of times from him in multiple series now, and that's a big mistake, one that you do not get back as LG.
Tomio,
All right.
Where art thou, Tomio, and why you in the enemy?
Look at them go.
That is a big mistake right there. It's not the most costly just yet, but that could shape up differently once we get towards that next dragon spawn. Now Rovex looking for an angle in, trying to slow down Luminosity as the Stand United comes through. Quacker is looking at Insanity. Able to use the Valkyrie. Will just flash out, gets away from
Ooh, okay, Rovex did die, but I don't think it matters.
But with 4 members on top of him, he will fall to the bullet time. And now here's Music looking for that reset city. He's going to need more crowd control to lock it down, and Luminosity will pull away after losing 2.
And this is Blue Otter starting to finally flex their lead. 2 more kills into their pockets. They got the soul point. Looks like they're not going to get a super buff for their trouble, though, as the cooldowns are at disadvantage. But still, 2,500 gold, an objective lead. We first get a look at this. I mean, Tomio just cannot be here. His team does not have push in mid. That is never your river to contest. The TP from Samikin just to secure it, but honestly, maybe not even necessary. What I really want to look at, though, is that top lane collapse yet again, because I thought Quacker and Rovex played that so beautifully. This duo is having a great second game so far.
Yeah, and honestly, what a revival coming out from Rovex to make this happen for Blue Otters.
Yeah.
As we take another look at this one. Credit to Insanity, he does get away from the taunt to get killed back, but it's still a Blue Otter fight.
I mean, just look at this Quacker. He's just zoning everyone away. Zazel understands that Insanity's dead to rights unless he does something, so he kind of gives his life to buy time for his mid laner, but Insanity is not able to create enough space, and I just love the patience as Rovex and Quacker, they simply cordon off the rest of LG, and like a pack of wolves, they hunt down the isolated prey incredibly well done. It's unfortunate it doesn't result into a neutral objective, but still, finding kills like that is definitely a good look.
Yeah, Blue Otter now taking a more definitive lead. And look at where some of that gold is allocated. Again,
That's good. Good for them. Getting a more definitive lead going is going to be good.
Went by the wayside. He's up in CS and he has kills. A lot of gold going over to Music on top of that, who's been facilitating all these fights and has 100% kill participation. He's on that Viego on top of it. Last Whisper now completed alongside that Trinity Force and Collector. So we're getting towards those critical stages where Viego is that big threat.
And I mean, I love talking about, you know, how Samikin's doing in this game, because I think it could definitely be argued, you know, who the most talented member of Blue Otter is, right? Because they have so many great players. I think Music has been the one, again, that I've had my eyes on most of this year. I'm liking the look on the Viego, but I do think undoubtedly when Samikin is playing well, Blue Otter is at their best, because so much of their fighting is through this mid-jungle in so many of their games, and it just feels like this team looks much more comfortable when Samikin,
You know, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. You know, so this really could flop back the other way at any given time.
And the entire team, I mean, they're just looking completely revitalized in this game. The problem that I have is the lead is still not insurmountable, right? It's a good lead.
Yeah, it's not insurmountable at all.
To get that back-breaking advantage, and the longer this game goes without them finding it, the more nervous I get, because the stakes only continue to get higher for each and every fight.
So you pretty much need to see that jungle support duo find these fights and find them soon. Levitate.
Nice arrow.
Caught out by the arrow. The cleanse will keep him safe. And yeah, that does put a decent amount of pressure onto the engage of Blue Otter. But I mean, Rovex has been stepping up to the occasion. I remember him when, you know, he debuted. It wasn't anything too special, to say the least. You know, he wasn't performing well. It wasn't until he ended up on Blue Otter after getting relegated that we started to see this new side of Rovex where he can stand toe-to-toe, where he is able to grow with a lot of the members in NACL.
On the point of Rovex, too, I think a lot of people have sort of said that, you know, Rovex is not necessarily an NACL caliber talent. I know when he first promoted on TL first, right, it was like, oh, Rovex and support, really? And then even for Blue Otter, when they were Aporia and they did promote, right, like, I think a lot of people kind of just thought Rovex was just a rock in the support position from them. He wasn't necessarily some great talent, but I think he's really leveled up over his time on this team, to your point, and he's looked really good in this game.
Yeah, Rovex has improved significantly and does look good in this game.
He is also
You think they saw the bowling ball?
for the team alongside Music. Oftentimes, Rovex has the final say on the plays, as it is LG just one-shotting this dragon.
That Drake like their name was Kendrick, man. That was gone in the blink of an eye. And Blue Otter just left the scraps.
Yeah, Blue, I mean, look, they're trying to play a fundamentally sound game, right? Push mid and then go to the dragon, but LG, great knowledge to know that they can just one-shot that.
Ooh, Rovex.
Doesn't get the flash away. It will cost him his
I mean,
Blue Otter starting up the
they get Baron, I guess, right? That's worth a recon.
The pings are coming. The pings are coming. Here comes Insanity. 4K health remains.
Finish it.
Burn it down. They can get the smite. Big God is
They're not all gonna die.
around the corner. Will it cost them their life? Here it comes. Counter-strike. Finds one stun. Levitates down. Big God still coming through. Tomio on the back end. Gets caught out. Has to go golden to buy time, but there's the wilting lullaby. And Zazel with
Oh, yeah, they are all gonna die. I lied.
tactical on the flank will clean up another. And Baron was a big burden for the Blue Otters.
Oh,
That's a lot of bees.
They thought they had it. They wanted to use the mid push that they lost the Dragon 4 to try to make a play, but Rovex couldn't buy enough time. The Baron didn't die fast enough, and Blue Otter, they've lost everything.
The gold lead.
Ooh, and Otacon.
Basically nothing.
That's
and
tough.
Otacon's right here, free for the taking, with no otters on the map to get into the river and try and find an upset angle back in. It's Luminosity who bide their time and now are the ones in control.
Yeah, I mean, a huge Otacon
Yeah, that's
take to
tough.
Put them up in XP. So Rovex, what he's trying to do right here is send all of LG bottom side and just buy time for the team. But he flashes into the wall. He thought it would create enough lateral distance away from the arrow, but that high noon Ash, it's wider than you might expect. And then Blue, they do get the Baron, but they're not able to get away with it. Honestly, I think if they had just left Levitate, I wonder if the other three could have gotten away. But unfortunately, it's not the case.
Yeah, I don't know if any of them could have gotten away.
Or rather, Music that gets out. At least Quacker does take Tomio with him, but it doesn't really mean a thing. Now another fight, another arrow goes wide.
I don't even know if taking Tomio with him was a good move there, but here comes the counter engage from Blue Otter, able to interrupt the bullet time. Zazel onto the back line.
Okay.
The carries. Fake God is by himself. Zazel looking to bail Rovex on the chase. Fake God low against Music, and Music is dancing around. He will find the shutdown against Fake God.
Nice job, Music.
Blue Otters aren't out yet. They'll get that gold lead right back in their hands.
I mean, that's a really big play. Music does still have the Baron as well, so let's see how much Blue Otter can get. Mid lane tier 2, extremely low. They have a wave in top lane with the Baron as well. So Blue Otter, they might have, in a roundabout way, actually extended their gold lead off of the Baron.
They might have extended their gold lead off of what they did.
Sanity, you gotta leave that tower. Rovex is coming. He's coming fast. Finally, the tower does fall. Will retreat into his base. Vision wards getting destroyed as Blue Otter continue their march. They want inhibitors. 10 seconds before Tomio's back up. You have 20 seconds until Fake God tactical.
Oh my God.
On the Rovex. A big blunder coming out from Blue Otter. Enchanted Crystal Arrow
No.
goes wide, just barely. Luminosity defend their inhibitor.
Rovex does go down, but he'll be alive before the dragon spawn. Oh! Samikin level 16.
He does a lot of damage. He's got a death cap. No, don't cut the commercial. They might have been doing something.
Trying to make a pick in onto Music, but he's level 16 on the Viego, so strong, and this is a split fight. The double 80 carries not able to follow the play. Tactical and Insanity, they can't DPS, they can't do a damn thing as Fake God and Tomio get completely left, and Music is just having a phenomenal game right now. He is deathless on the Viego, over 3 items to his name. And I mean, I said it in the draft. I'm glad to see this guy in a carry. He's just been performing well. Why the hell not let him be the guy for his team? And he is living up in the face of adversity. Blue Otter right back, 3,000 gold in the advantage, but they're second towards the river ahead of the Soul.
Back when Music first debuted in the NACL, we had a Super Heavyweight SmackDown. And it's a very hyperbolic thing, you know, very overdramatic, over the top. We called him the mercenary of the ERLs. He's a mercenary here to take names, kick butts, and take over the NACL. He didn't quite reach that level. He had some great fighter games, but now what he's pulling off with Blue Otter, and especially this game where he's able to be in the driver's seat, it's been huge. Now Blue Otter looking for an engage. Here comes the bullet time. Zazel going on.
Not a great bullet time, and Music died, so... Oh, that's bad. Samikin's dead too.
Going for the long chase. Fake God wants to get Rovex. Rovex falls. He tries to sacrifice himself for Levitate, but it's all for naught because Tomio will chase him down. Quacker gets the kill on the tactical, but his entire team was slain.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Quacker forced to run. Luminosity Gaming, they continue.
That's probably
they
it.
have scaled. They have 3 items on their triple 80 carries and their jacks, and they're pushing into the base. Entirety of Blue Otter down for 20 seconds. Quacker, can he defend?
It is completely over. It's going to take a miracle defense out of Quacker right now. He's going to need to taunt everyone in one go. Already, Nexus Tower will fall. Here's taunt number 1. Gets it onto Fake God.
I think
Fake
they
God
can
gets
hold.
a bit more damage. Minion wave is coming in. Timers are up. Blue Otters will survive.
He held.
Luminosity didn't clear the wards back by the dragon. Samikin has the teleport when he respawned. I think Blue Otter, again, it's Luminosity. They find a good fight, but
Oh my God, he TP'd bot.
it's gonna be Blue Otter Soul.
Yeah, Blue Otter headed straight into that direction. Tomio grabbing one more camp before he goes. This is gonna be a challenge. If you take the recalls right now, this
They took him.
is for free.
I mean, this is crazy. LG
Insanity is gonna try to steal it, the big one.
Insanity just,
Yeah, good try.
May as well, right? Try to steal it, but they equalize the gold yet again. Off
Good
of
try.
another really
Good try.
Fight, but they aren't quite clear as to how they should extend the play to actually generate a lead. Yes, they kill an inhibitor. Yes, they kill an extra.
Yeah, who's gonna win this game is so fucking unclear.
This time around, though, LG is able to relatively stay together. A great kite back from Insanity and Tactical, and the flank from Fake God completely signs, seals, and delivers the fight as he sections off Samikin. Rovex gives his life to try to peel for his AD carry, but it's not enough. And even though Quacker gets into the enemy backline to trade one back, it is still Luminosity who win the fight. So now we enter an interesting position. LG, they know they are strong. They know they have scaled, but Blue
Baron time.
scrappy, and they have a Cloud Soul to aid them around the Baron.
Quacker almost walking into a death rush there, but still a tanky boy has no problems getting in the face of Luminosity Gaming right now. And taking stock at some of the summoner spells, because that's going to be a big factor coming into this next fight. I mean, the carries have burnt them all.
Good try.
Quacker has his available. That's one of the big ones you have to watch out for because of that taunt flash that he can pull out.
Oh, shit, yeah.
And I think the more important one is Rovex. Having the flash, the threat.
Oh my god, they're doing it.
Incredibly high. Blue Otter knows it. They're onto the Baron. I would really like to see them play for a turn. Rovex has a nice position. He is spotted.
Rovex coming in on flank. Insanity is right next to him. Here comes Swiftness, able to get the charm onto Insanity, and the engage gonna come through. Music starting to get low. Music needs to get right over that wall and get out of here.
Let him die.
Here comes the counter strike over
Oh god.
double stun. He will chase down Blue Otter. He goes golden to buy some time as the Between Worlds gonna be used. Bullet time gets a lot of damage on the Luminosity and makes them engage.
Okay.
Really good bullet time right there. Fake God thought he had the angle, but Blue Otter, they stand tall. They take the Baron. It's a nice call. Blue, they look so much cleaner in their call. There was a split second of hesitation where I thought they might turn for an ill-advised fight. That's what week 1 and week 2 Blue Otter would have done. But they all disengage.
That's what week 1 and week 2 Blue Otter would have done.
Now back 3,000 gold in the lead as we are approaching the 40-minute mark in this second game.
So let's just bring up the stat. Longest average game time belongs to Luminosity. 39 minutes, 18 seconds. They play long, sluggish games, Hawk, and this is definitely going to be another one of them if they are going to fight this one back. But again, this is Blue Otters, who are very firmly in the driver's seat, led off of Music, who has gone this very, very damage-heavy build. If you lock down Music, Luminosity will win the team fight. If you do not, he takes over and Blue Otter
It might
wins the game.
not, but
And I mean, I want to bring
it's
up, we talked about Blue being the Blue Shell team.
it's gonna be a lot easier if they're able to kill Music.
Before the series, and he even acknowledged that Blue have shown the tendency to punch up and, you know, kind of play to the caliber of their opponents, and we're seeing it on full display. And for LG, I want to pose this question, Eric. If they somehow win this game against all odds because Blue throws or they find a miracle fight, is this the clean, confident 2-0 that we wanted to see, what should be the consensus second place team take?
No, it definitely shows that this team still has their weak points and still has areas that they're working on. And that's kind of the spirit of the NACL, is it's player development. You're getting yourself ready for the tier 2 space. For Luminosity Gaming, they think they're already there. You just got to fight your way through the league. And right now, going against Blue Otter, again, one of those blue shell teams, man. It can make you second guess where you belong in this league right now, and we need to see that second breath of life coming out of Luminosity.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because, I mean, we're talking a lot about them being promotion hopefuls, this, that, and the other, but they really want to prove that they are above sort of that soup of competition of Blue Otter, Winthrop, Supernova, Conviction, CCG, all these like real solid teams that we just feel like LG should be more talented than. It's not exactly looking like that so far. I mean, LG, I think
I like that they're referring to like a couple of teams that just haven't really looked that good, you know, or not yet.
in the driver's seat, and I would love to see them close out this game and push.
Like they still might end up looking good, but they don't yet, you know.
Both days.
In my opinion.
So far, let's get it started early. Why not?
Let's see it happen, Blue Otter. Do the upset. Can they make it happen? Or will the experience of Luminosity be triumphant right here, right now? Luminosity are going into kind of a turtle mode, and they don't really feel pressured in that regard. There's no objectives on the map right now, but we will have Alder Drake within a minute. And that is where things are going to start to get pressed once again.
And again, LG has completely scaled. They have 3 items on their Lilia and Jax. Tactical is full build right now on this Ashe, and Insanity 4 items to his own right. I mean, they will destroy anyone. It's up to Blue to outplay. They know Rovex is
Ooh.
behind.
He had a really nice flank, but he is Rakan.
Music can't be there. This is gonna be
Oh, he's out.
right now. Music has to burn his ultimate to get out of there.
And his flash.
At the same time, he burns his flash. That's a big loss for Blue.
Yeah, having to use so much there to just to get out. Tough.
This cannot be worth it.
Quacker.
Right, you're not gonna be able to get the stun just yet. Tactical on the chase.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah, ECA not gonna get thrown out.
Wow, yeah, that is. Look, I like the idea from Blue right there, trying to find a big way. They got
He's caught out by himself. He will fall. Down to carry is Luminosity as they begin their retreat. Levitate's going for the
Oh my god.
bullet time to close him out. Will not be able to get the kill.
Tactical. Holy shit.
He turns it on to Quacker. Raining arrows down.
I don't think he carries this fight, but no, he's staying out.
But his teammates are getting shredded. Tactical still in position, but they can dive on him in a heartbeat, and Tactical does not have his flash.
He's got self-healing though.
For the Elder.
2 for 1 so far. LG still has a couple of their carries alive.
Oh my god.
Did invest in flash. Tomio has it available. I think Blue Otter should be able to secure it, especially with Samikin playing bodyguard. Hawkshot does reveal the play. It's first Tactical.
Tactical doesn't know.
Samikin finds him.
Oh, Tactical. He's going right after Samikin. Samikin's getting close. Here comes Zazel. He's going to be able to get the stun. He's going golden now. Tomio is going to die. Music will grab the kill. He gets the reset.
Oh, he walked into it. Yeah, he's dead.
Taunt him to the grave. Only Zazel remains, and Elder belongs to Blue Otters.
But with Samikin going down, LG, they will hold on to the game. Fake God respawning in 10.
Wait, Insanity's teleporting.
Would even contest for this. Here comes Insanity. Fake God's gonna have the TP as well.
They're running it. Get in there, boys. That's it. Yeah, that's that.
Falls, and Blue Otters are marching for the upset.
That might just be it too. Tactical still down for 20. Tomio for 10. 3 others for much longer than that. Blue Otter has 4. Samikin with teleport when he respawns. Can they do it? Elder in hand. We might just have a game 3.
Blue Otters, they beat the LCS affiliated team in summer 2024. They took both the top teams to a series, and they want to repeat history right now and show that they're still that team that can upset anyone as they jump forward.
Oh my god.
He's dead, and Blue Otters will take this game to a series.
All right, game 3.
In 45 minutes has taken a game off of Luminosity, the team that we wanted to see have a bounce back confidence win, the team that we wanted to see just waltz in and take care of business, and Blue Otter, as they do, says no in what has been throughout their season by far the best look we've seen from them. This team,
they did look really good there.
In the clutch, they prove it yet again.
They keep doing it, man. You can't underestimate this team. Hawk, you were talking to Deos, right? He
Well,
said,
not really good, but they had some moments.
They tend to punch up. They tend to take down these teams that are perceived as better than them. Now, it still is a series. They still have more work to do, but even taking this game right now against NACL champions, you know, 2-time champions in Tomio and Zazel and Fake God, 1-time champion in Tactical, that's got to be big on the confidence, man.
Oh, absolutely. And now, Eric, the best part
good for them.
We get to go to game 3 fearless. Both these teams gonna have to reach deeper into the bag. We're gonna send it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because this is most certainly a series.
All right, we're gonna run a minute real quick, guys, just so it's done. That was exciting, though.
Obviously, we expect to win. It may not be the smoothest path, but just because we do have a lot of experienced players, and even though I've played most of them, all except Tactical, we still have a lot of different opinions about the game that are a lot more set than rookies have, which is kind of like the challenge of getting veterans together. But I feel like we're doing pretty well at working through that, and
I like his little corner.
I don't feel like there's any problems day to day with that, so yeah, I feel pretty good. I'd expect to win and at least make it to the promotional tournament. Hopefully win that, get to PSG. Thank you for watching, and thanks to everyone who supports me and my teammates.
I am a Zazel fan. He seems like a nice kid.
TurboTax free edition.
I do love Quacker's I just graduated college photo.
Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition.
Hmm.
Now this is living. My favorite song.
Respawn
beautiful
breath
sunsets,
mints.
No traffic. I could do this all night. Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
Getting your finances in order isn't just about saving, it's about doing. So, what do you want to do? Whatever financial success looks like to you, Stretch Financial.
All right. Truthfully, I do think that that will end up not meaning anything. They're you know, the win from Blue Otter there. I think I think they will still lose the series.
Deciding what to do after graduation was a big deal. I had lots of options. Lots of things I was looking for. Like the chance to do something important. Explore my potential. Then exceed it. And become the best version of myself. While also helping others.
A lot of military ads today. I feel like I've seen a ton of them today.
I'm excited to see how far I'll go.
Not even just here, just like in general.
Morning calls for the perfect, ridiculously craveable pairing. Jimmy Dean griddle cakes. Your family's pancakey, sausagey, griddle cakey, sweet and savory favorite.
A large touchscreen keeps everyone happy. The Subaru Crosstrek. Dog tested, dog approved.
Ooh, I don't think they take that here.
Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants.
And these are my 14th.
And these are my 14.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Hey.
That is hysterical.
I don't think they'll take that here. Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past. Unlike me. You look rad.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
All right, and we're about to be back. I'll be interested to see who they're gonna play this game, champ-wise. Since, you know, obviously they're out of the super meta champs, so, you know, it'll get a little interesting just to see what they end up going with, since they're out of them. I'm also resizing a watch.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Luminosity Gaming versus Blue Otter. If you thought it was going to be a quick 2-0, you thought wrong.
Alright, yeah, I'm going to need to make it a little smaller.
A series.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this watch, guys.
Yeah, y'all can't see it right now, but I'm raising my hand.
It's got Snoopy.
I haven't
And it's made out of recycled plastic.
So far in this split, I thought Luminosity, they would be just the better team, but you just can't count out these Otters, man. They are way too tenacious after an incredibly fun...
It's true, you gotta watch out for Otters. They will bite you.
Largely off of what was a team effort but I'm looking at their mid jungle, Music having another great game and a big time bounce back from Samikin leading the charge.
Yeah, and it shows you, if you set a game plan and you put Music as that big guy who's going to be the carry of it, who's going to have all the burden on his shoulders, he can take the burden, he can take the stress, and he can clutch up when you need him to. We've known he's good at fighters, you put him on a carry, and if he's able to get a lead like this, the resets were just too much, man. And it's always great to see for Music. I think it was also paired very well. You know, credit over to Samikin, but credit to Rovex on top of that. I know this is the wrong clip to start crediting Rovex.
The wrong clip to start crediting Rovex. That's tough.
A lot of these setups were facilitated by Rovex, you know, like we saw earlier, flashing in the mid lane and catching out Insanity without his flash. He was a big facilitator, and he helped out Music to get those resets and take over fights.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really think everyone had their part to play in this game, which is part of what I love so much about this Blue Otter team, because we talk a lot about how they are the only team completely running it back as 5. You know, split over split, year over year here from 2024.
Yeah, they are the only roster that hasn't changed
It's important to note
in
that
a bit.
this wasn't always going to be the case, right? These players had different big opportunities. Like, you know, Levitate, for example, was potentially supposed to go to FlyQuest Challengers before, you know, the ecosystem kind of changed with promotion and all of that stuff, right? And that shows that this Blue Otter team, made up of, in many ways, the next generation of talent in this region. They have 2 really strong second-year players. They have still Rovex, Music, and Quacker developing as well. And they were going to kind of move up in those opportunities, but because of different circumstances here and there, they ended up coming back together. And I think this is a split where they want to show that they don't just be the upstarts, but they can be contenders. And taking a game off of Luminosity, a team full of LCS and LTA veterans that has actively stated promotion as its goal, is such a cool milestone along that journey.
You know, and I'm glad you bring up that whole thing with Levitate on top of it, because going into the offseason, they were considering playing together as a unit. Then all the chaos of the offseason did happen. So it's nice to see them back together to see what this team can do.
Yeah, they also kept the same staff, which I think definitely had a positive impact on their squad.
Bringing out a lot of their strengths when it comes to being on the NACL stage. You know, we saw it right there. These teams are... these players are definitely showing up. Levitate, it definitely means a lot to him to be able to show up in this particular series when he looks so highly towards Tactical on the other side of the Rift. And of course, being rookie of the split, it does put a big expectation on you on top of that as we head into draft for Game 3.
And the draft going to be...
This is going to be interesting.
As a Game 3 draft is going to be. The one thing I really want to see, give Music the rock again. He looked so good on the Viego, and I really think Blue Otter benefited from having him on a carry role. I think Music, I might argue, has been the better jungler in this series. I think Tomio had a really good Game 1 on the Vi, but Music has been spectacular, and I think continues to prove that he's one of the top junglers that we actually have here in our region. So whatever we do, Blue, give him the rock. My boy's hot.
Give him the rock.
What champions do come to mind? Because keep in mind, this is Fearless. So champions that were played in the last 2 games are not allowed to be played for both teams coming into this series. Historically, Kindred was a big champion for Music as well. So that's a carry champion he can potentially look to take a road in.
Yeah, I think that Kindred makes perfect sense, and that's actually really what I would like to see. Obviously, you do need good Kindred conditions. Push in your lanes being a big one. And that kind of goes into the other part of this draft is Samikin, right? We saw a not-so-good game on the Galio and a great game on the Comfort Aurora. Do we just take something like a Hui, if it's available, like on B1? Just take the champion and put Samikin...
Maybe not on B1, but...
I would say yes. Again, I would love to see Samikin branch out the champion pool, but if your goal is to win this game right here, give my guy what he knows how to play, and he'll play it well.
And it's up to Luminosity. We'll see if they go for that Hui ban. They've already banned away the Zoe, which has been a constant reoccurring ban just because Samikin is very capable at these artillery mages. It's his bread and butter.
Pretty filthy.
Really. Yeah, his Zoe's filthy and his Hui is filthy.
I would love to see him play Zoe. That's a shame.
Zoe. On the opposite side, we've taken away some of the marksmen and Lucian and Callista, as well as that Karma that can flex around. Final ban of Fury right? That was still on the table, so that will be bound away. Give some potential options for artillery in Blue Water. And speaking of artillery, it's not just the mages we can go with here. There's also Jace.
Jace.
I mean, the Jace, I don't love it. Quacker had some decent performances on this over the course of his career. It's not really a Samikin coded champion, though. And again, we just start to get into situations where
A Samikin coded champion.
construct that all-important mid-jungle 2v2 for LG this game. I'm not sure if I love this as the B1, and this is what I wanted
Tristana.
for Tactical. We get the Tristana in game 3.
Yeah, for those of you who don't remember,
That's exciting.
I brought it up a little bit earlier that the last time he played prior to this season, Tristana, was back in 2021 when he was on Team Liquid. He looked tremendous on that champion, saw it in week 1, and he still looks great at it. But now we're getting even more comfort because Tomio, he's been put on Maokai duty many, many times in the past, and he's excelled when he's on that champion. So a lot of comfort, a lot of potential for Luminosity's first 2 picks.
Oh,
Sejuani!
Like, look, it's a good champion, but again, like Music's been playing so well. Just let him cook, man. We interviewed him last week about B1 Xin Zhao and all that. He wasn't happy about it. That's what he got in game 1. Like, I don't love it. I will say, Levitate on the Kaisa, this is a great pick for him.
Definitely.
I think this is really Levitate's game to have a breakout performance. I think he's been, it's fair to say, he's just the quietest member of the team so far in the series. In the Kaisa matchup against the Tristana, it is very volatile. It does have massive carry potential, but it's short range into a lot of lockdown right now from Luminosity.
Yeah, it is a very short range option there.
This champion, he really did pop off on it. 5-1 and 6 on the Kaisa. That was against Polestar. This will be a tougher opponent, but again, it does play into Levitate's wheelhouse. When he has
This will be a tougher opponent.
on
Oof.
his kit for the champion he's playing, that's when I feel like we see the best rendition of Levitate possible. So far, it does give you a lot of poke on the side of Blue Water. You have the Kaisa missiles, you have the Jace Shock Blast, as well as some decent engage to follow that up when you do want to either engage or disengage for that matter with the Sejuani.
I'm gonna say, I also really like this Rise here for Insanity. Again, safe R3, because you can ban out Samikin's champs now. My bans personally would be Hui Azir probably, or Hui Lux. And then what's Samikin gonna go to, right? And not only that, the Rise scales so well in Blue Water. One of the things
Yeah, I'm curious who
last game was extend their lead.
they're gonna try to pick for Samikin now.
Until they eventually won the game. Rise is gonna shut that down quite a bit.
Yeah. And it does give you some interesting ways to move about the map since you have the Realm Warp. Kind of functions in almost like a pseudo Talia minus the terrain in a sense that you can play towards those side lanes for the early game, or even just be in the side lane yourself and Realm Warp back to the squad. Final ban comes in for the side of Blue Otters. They'll take away the Elise, some of that poke potential, not poke, pick potential. Well, it's Leona, which follows through with that to get ready for the next hover.
Scion's been an option that we've seen a lot into the Jace. It just kind of loses, but then you have a Scion in the late game, right? I don't hate this for Fake God. I think it's completely reasonable. It is liable to getting burned down in the team fights, but here's the question. What does Samikin go towards? Lux is something with a tremendous amount of poke to synergize with the Kaisa and the Jace, as well as great follow-up on the single target lockdown that the Sejuani provides. That has been a Samikin classic over the years. Azir, also just a really strong champion, I think, in this game in general, because there's a lot of front line for you to chew through. It ends up being Ahri. How do you feel about this one, Eric? I'm like,
I feel okay about it. I do think there's decent setup to make an Ahri work. Typically, you take some form of simple crowd control that sets up the charm that makes that lane very easy to repeat gank. Sejuani is that.
Well, that Scion's big.
I prefer like support Nautilus, jungle Vi to follow up an Ahri, but it should be interesting at least to say the least. As we finish off with a Blitzcrank, is going to be the fun lock-in for Rovex.
I don't like this. I'm just going to keep it a stack. Look, Tristana is vulnerable to Blitzcrank because she's short range early on in the game.
Tristana's very vulnerable to Blitzcrank, and I love fucking seeing Blitzcrank.
Out of the Rocky grab.
Yeah, and there's double front line. So like, what are you gonna do? Hook a Braum, hook a Scion, hook a Maokai?
Oh man, the front line's got a little bit more too, man.
I think Luminosity's draft is just better. It's like, it just wins the game if we get to like 30 minutes, 3 items on Insanity and Tactical. I think Blue Otter has some fun stuff. If they can just outplay in the same way they did last game, then like, there's some sauce here, but yeah, I don't know. I think Blue Otter's outdrafted.
I see the biggest worry being how much pressure is on Levitate. Because when you have 3 tanks, it's really up to your marksman to be able to burn them down. Ari's not a sustained DPS. She's looking for some assassination. She's looking to get the Rise. She's looking to get the Tristana. Jace is going to be mostly poking, then eventually come in with the melee combos. That just leaves Levitate to have to burn down these tanks, so it does put a lot of pressure onto him because there's 3 big frontliners that Luminosity have.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's a single target pick comp with, again, it's just triple frontline. Like, who are you killing? I don't... Oh, it looks so hard. I mean, I think at the
It does look pretty rough, yeah.
in mid, early on from Samakin, the Rise. Early into the game, not the most damage to be able to push the wave. You'll also have the Jace potentially dominating the top matchup against the Scion. So I do think Blue Otter should be able to take some semblance of early control. They would really like to get some Void Grubs to enhance their cross-map ability. They'd really like to get some Dragons to force Luminosity to potentially face check into their Blitzcrank. But, I mean, I really fear if Blue Otter is not able to have an immaculate early game, that this is just going to be impossible. The scaling on LG's side is tremendous.
Yeah, the scaling is pretty rough.
Blue Shell, Blue Otters, game number 2. They took it and took this to a series. Luminosity Gaming still the favorites, given the caliber of players, all the experience, all the trophies, even the tier 1 time spent between these players. It's a lot that Blue Otter were facing off against at the start of this day, and here they are, matching up with it, fighting blow for blow.
And I love
Yeah, they're really killing it. They're doing pretty good.
Luminosity with the anti-shenanigan start. They bring Braum topside, because they're like, we just want to make sure our Maokai can get his first camp. No Blitzcrank BS happening, right? And minimizing volatility is all you need to do if you're the scaling comp in this game.
The anti-shenanigan start.
Rex, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? How is this game going to unfold? I really want to know. Where's he looking? Where's he looking for these hooks?
Yeah, I'm so curious. I will just say, for the draft, too, like, I'm so surprised Rovex went Blitz, because Rovex has a great Bard, and I think Bard would have been much better this game, you know, with a lot of the lockdown that the team has, and kind of, like, against Rise, able to attack that side lane. But regardless, that's not the world that we live in. Yeah. I mean, look, hey, Eric, you've heard the Blitzcrank theorem. Everybody has. Just get that one game-defining hook, and all is forgiven.
You can int for 40 minutes, and then on that 41st minute, you get the hook on the carry, you're the god. That's
Yeah, I mean, that is how Blitzcrank works, yeah.
Before, but yeah, that's the kind of feeling that you get with Blitz sometimes.
I'm going to throw some sauce out there. Over the course of Tactical's career, the biggest criticism towards him has been, like, just a little bit of anti-clutch in critical moments, right? Like, this is a guy that could fall prey to that 45-minute Blitz hook. He has a tendency to over-position sometimes, so I'm not saying it will happen, and I think Tactical is a very, very good player, especially given the Tier 2 landscape. But still, just throwing it out there, maybe, to keep in the back of everyone's minds.
I mean, still the champion to be playing into the Blitz.
Yes.
The timing can get kind of weird, because if you buffer it wrong, you'll still get pulled in.
Yeah, it's a hard buffer on Tristana. It's much easier on Ezreal. Like,
It's much easier on Ezreal.
Prefers buffering, like, CC that doesn't displace you by that much, because if you cast it a hair too early, you still get pulled, and if you cast it a hair too late, you get pulled close enough that Blitzcrank can knock you up out of your rocket jump. So the timing is tricky.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Being a short-range champ means that just finding the hooks in general can be easier than other champions.
Well, as the game progresses, she does get the longer range.
This is true, yes.
Just through
I'm specifically looking at, early game, like if Blue Otter is going to go for some crazy 5-man bot dive 2 minutes in.
Ooh.
Shenanigans.
I hope we get some shenanigans. We want some Blitzcrank shenanigans. Like, we have to get it.
I'm taking a look at where our junglers are going currently, because I do want to go ahead and mark off on that. It was opposite starts from both of them. So both our tanks will be stopping at Scuttle Crabs, and just getting some vision for the time being with Scrying Plow.
Yeah, I don't expect to see too much early action. Insanity, understanding the gravity of the situation, not going to fall prey to any sort of gank coming out from Music, and I think both junglers just going to take a reset. I will say, to talk a bit more about the bottom lane, we highlighted coming into the series the importance of Levitate versus Tactical. Kai'Sa, not really the pick to punish the early lane of the Tristana, and we see that reflected in Tactical's push and CS advantage so far. I still like the Kai'Sa pick just because it is a Levitate special, right? It's something we know he can perform on, especially later on into the game, but it does give Tactical some of that free scaling, incredibly high range DPS to come out from the Tristana later on.
Blitz hasn't really been fishing or anything.
I think one of the benefits
He's really got to get active in this lane if they want it to have an impact in the lane.
You can get some form of harassment and some form of disengagement.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
Straight for the Braum. Flash is going to come out, and Zazel's able to tank it up, but gets caught by the stun of Music. Permafrost stacks, results in first blood for Rovex.
That's what I like to see.
Comes out from blue. They understand the assignment. Go bottom, get your Kai'Sa going. Unfortunately, it's Levitate's, Rovex's Ignite that takes the kill, but still, they're able to find a kill nonetheless, and it is something for blue. They're going to need more of that if they want to win this game.
All that being said, not the most impactful plays off of what you had said earlier. Rovex was the recipient of the kill, as well as 2 assists, so the assist goal getting split with Levitate. On top of that, the target, if it was Tactical, it would have been much more impactful right there. It's hard to go after him because of that buffer of the rocket jump, so they just focus onto the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter who you kill as long as they die there, right?
Knowing they can continue to play, especially with the Ignite, you have to come down from Rovex, and it's just a good play. I agree, not the most impactful. At the very least, Levitate, we did see him go back to base. He had enough for the best friend sword coming out of it, so that is a nice spike to have. Tactical, though, able to match it. That's a
Ooh,
nice
good hook.
It's right on Insanity, but there's the wall.
I mean, he's dead, right? But
And Tactical Goomba stomps in. We'll find one kill now. Looking
Sayonara. Blocked.
Samikin needs one more to be able to get the stun through. Be able to get it, as Samikin will have the Spirit Rush to get away.
Honestly, really nicely done from Luminosity right there. Insanity gets hooked, but he just flashes back to the rest of his team, and the flashless level 4 Blitzcrank has no hope in hell of able to...
The flashless level 4 Blitzcrank. I didn't realize he was flashless and level 4. That's unfortunate for him.
It's the swap up from both teams for the Grubs. Luminosity went out on the play.
It is simple, Hawk. We kill the Blitzcrank. And you don't have to get hooked by him, you know?
And if you're good at something, never do it for free. I actually don't remember who got paid for this play. It is a nice hook, but...
Well, they all got paid for this play. This is their job. Or one of them. They probably have other jobs.
Get in here, and Tactical jumps in, Tomio jumps in, everybody's jumping in. At the very least, Blue Otter's able to trade it for the Dragon, but it's Quacker getting zoned off of top CS in trade.
That sucks.
I mean, this has been a pretty solid early game from them in the last couple minutes.
One of the things that were clutch right there that really did make that LG's favored. Insanity flashed at
Ooh, missed it.
So he barely got out of the charm that Samikin was throwing in. Zazel would have been a big part of trying to stop that because he already had the Unbreakable up. But it's stuff like that, you know? It's a game of centimeters, sometimes a game of milliseconds, and that can be the difference. As Samikin focusing onto the mid lane, it's actually Levitate. He's looking to take down Insanity. Simple.
Nice.
Gets Levitate his kill for the game.
Yeah, Insanity.
That's his one kill for the game.
No flash. I feel like we saw that last
Like, there you go, buddy.
2 getting punished yet again. Or maybe it was Levitate in game 1 on the Varus, actually. Regardless, we've seen that a couple times this series.
Everybody gets 1 kill per game. That one was yours.
Fantastic.
Have fun.
Even on this blind pick Sejuani that we were so chagrined about. Levitate, good killer instinct to cut off the escape route. Insanity, nowhere to go. And that's a big kill because it does go...
That was a big kill. That's really going to be impactful for the Kai'Sa.
...responsibility that falls on this player's shoulders in the late game. Levitate needs to be strong.
Levitate has to burn through those tanks, so every kill that Levitate gets early bodes even better for Blue Otter's chances once these 5v5s break out. It's the front to back that Luminosity has is incredibly intense in the 5v5 team fight scenario to have to deal with. Levitate is that big team player. You know, Music took the carry pants last game. I want to see it from Levitate this game.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna win this game, it'll be on Levitate and Samikin, obviously. but
succumbing to the pressure that Insanity is able to put down onto him. I think answering some of the laning questions that we did have coming into this series and really performing well after getting, quite frankly, blasted in the first game of the series. So, and ultimately this game, very close. Only 100 gold separates. Quacker the focus.
We go. Ultimate gonna use
ooh,
we'll find it right
yeah, he's
Four members of Luminosity are here, and they all
he's what I would call extremely dead. Like more dead than the average, I'd say. That sucks for him.
And there's not really a cross map to be had. Tactical, okay,
Ooh, okay, good buffer.
Nicely done.
He buffered that really, really well.
Thank you, Tactic.
Yeah, nice to see. I mean, hey, they're denying a wave from the Tristana in trade for a wave getting denied from the Jace. I actually think I favor that part of the trade for Blue Otter. The problem is the kill went over to the Rise. That's kind of the sour part of things.
But yeah, it still is nice to have these map movements that's kind of slowing down Tactical and accelerating Levitate. He does have a slight CS lead, mostly even for the most part. Take another look at that dive that happened in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just too easy. They don't even need the minions because they got 3 tanks and a dream. It's root into knockup.
Yeah, that's
knockup into
unplayable.
He's dead. All right, good work, everybody. At the very least, Quacker did have the teleport to go back and collect some of the CS. So honestly, it's not too bad for Blue Otter, but still, they continue to allocate gold for Luminosity's carries.
Like, that's really tough.
Scaling composition wants.
Void Grubs off the spawn. Blue Otter are the first team to get there. Luminosity Gaming don't have the setup, don't really have the priority to challenge that. They did get the first set of grubs, though. So, should be 3-3 apiece on this neutral.
And that's big, because we mentioned grub stacking as a potential win condition for Blue to help them accelerate the game a bit more off of, you know, individual picks they might be able to find in the mid-game. So denying that 6 stack gonna feel really good for LG. Obviously, Blue did at least trade it for a dragon with the second one spawning in 40 seconds. I wonder if they'll want to go for a fight around it. Seems to call, at least for now, though, is more gold for Levitate as they actually take their reset.
Okay.
Scary. There's a blitzcrank in that bush. Comes the chase. I mean, you're not going for the engage right now.
There's a blitzcrank in that bush. Good try on that hook.
I mean, Zazel would have just hopped right back over the wall to Tomio. Maybe the charm holds him down for a little bit longer. I don't think it was that
would have
much
been
of
at least a flash blow, if I had to guess. Because, yeah, if you don't flash, you get knocked up and then charmed, and then you're able to jump over the wall, all the while you're tanking tower.
That's true,
so I like the look from Rovex. They don't find it. It is just LG, though. They have the Maokai control over the river. Very difficult for Blue to walk in, but they're going to
that's tough.
They know that they have to be the ones to accelerate the pace of this game. Music leading the charge, the rest of the team on the way.
See that both of the carries have their Untals currently completed. Now looking to put them into this next fight as Rovex will pull Zazel right in. But Zazel's a tank. He can take that type of punishment.
Oh my god.
Now running away from the fight, Rovex will flash over the wall, get killed by
This is a mess.
Traded right on back as Levitate scores Tomio. Now Music needs to get
Oh, good flash music.
He can't finish off the kill. Another flash coming out as Levitate gets to safety. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
Honestly, a small
that was a mess.
For Blue Otter, even going 1-for-1 right there as they start the fight off onto Zazel, hoping they could just one-shot the Braum, but that was a miscalculation as Zazel did not die, at least not very quickly. Obviously, Levitate able to Killer Instinct in to still find one on the backside, but not before LG had already controlled the area.
I kind of miss the old days when it was like the front-to-back team fights, you know? Not this diving past each other back and forth. It was a simpler time. A more civilized era, you might say.
Like, I get it, right? Hey, he's still just a level 6 Braum. Like, let's just try to kill that guy before LG's ready to fight and make things a 45. But the problem is, if you're investing ults like that, it needs to work, and it just didn't. Zazel lived. Yes, Tomio dies for it, but in the 1-for-1 and with the health bar advantage, LG, easy dragon take for them, despite the kill.
Yeah, so one of my worries is now starting to arrive for Blue Otter. Samikin is going the Rod of Ages build. Last week, we had a good talk with Beatdown about this. You know, you are not as bursty when you take this build. So see right there, damage going on Insanity. It's not that much, you know? Insanity, he can afford to go that build. It's very common for Ryze. It's becoming more common for Ahri players, but it means you lack damage into a comp that has a lot of tanks. Again, that brings us back to the fact that Levitate has to step up.
So I will actually say, hang on, Quacker, he's going to be the victim of yet another dive before I can...
He's going to be the victim of yet another crime.
He read it. Good job, Quacker.
Oh, yeah, you can read that as much as you want, but it's still going to arrive. Dropping down the hammer, Fake God will grab that kill.
Yep, that's a bad time to be a Quack in the top lane. Insanity going to try to defend this bit.
It's a bad time to be a quack in the top lane.
I don't think they're going to be able to knock this down. LG, a really nice move up towards the top lane.
Coming in with the ultimate Fake God, Zazel gets pulled in once again, drops the Glacier.
That was good, actually. The hook to grab him to give your AD carry the opportunity to ult out. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, LG just continuing to extend their lead.
10 out of 10 support Blitzcrank play right there.
To answer your question, though, as we go into this replay, Eric, I will say this Ahri build will be much better against the triple frontline composition of LG, because Burst is actually not very good against tanks, because they got a big old health bar you got to chew through. So Samikin being able to survive in the fight longer and provide more consistent DPS is a good thing for the late game fight. But the problem that I have is if the theorem of this game is that Blue Otter just needs to win before Tristana and Ryze get to 3 items and they can no longer kill the front line, I don't think the Ahri build's going to matter that much. And this build will be weaker right now when Blue Otter would potentially like to break open the game a bit more in their favor.
Yeah, but the other thing to that is that that's the situation if you are going for the front-to-back route. If you're going for a quick pick and assassination, I think you saw an example of the damage from Insanity earlier.
But
he wasn't really at
Is LG ever going to give it to them, though? Like, if Ryze and Tristana are getting picked by the Blitz or the Sejuani, I feel like that's a mistake on the triple front line of LG, though, right?
It's got to be partially. It's partially that, but it could also be a really good play.
But, you know, only time will tell with that one as Rovex looks to pull Fake God. Again, that's a Scion. He is tanky. He used the charm. He's still taking a lot of damage in the process.
That was good damage, but you lose Blitzcrank, so...
As Rovex crumbles.
Oh, good damage on the Fake God, but Rovex is level 7. I mean, I hate this Blitz pick. I'm so sorry.
I hate this Blitz pick. Don't hate it. It's good.
Maybe Blue can play for a retake. They are getting good health chunks, but they can't kill anyone. They don't have a support.
It's good, I promise.
Zazel just eats the ultimate. Says, you know, 7 out of 10. I'll put that up on Yelp for the review for you, and walks away. It's an easy Rift Herald for Luminosity.
Like, I feel like Blue gets what they're supposed to do with this comp, but like, I just don't think it works. I don't know, man. We'll see if we see it. Like, look, I don't hate this. Just hook somebody and start hitting them, right? Because again, Luminosity's not exactly ready to fight, but the problem is Rovex just dies so fast. I mean, credit to Tactical for finding him too and autoing him down. Insanity ends up cleaning the kill, and it just ends up being another one fight for LG.
LG taking a
Yeah, that is rough.
Ocean Drake does spawn. Looking at positioning at the map right now, not in favor of Blue Otter. They're just kind of coming out of the respawn and into the jungle. Mid lane priority goes over to Luminosity, and they'll transfer that to the river.
Insanity 3-1-1, yet to fully stack the Rod of Ages. So Blue, he's still having an angle into this fight, but as you mentioned, Luminosity, they're first. Look for the hook from Rovex. He's posturing yet again, still only level 7.
Trying to find someone that's not a tank. It's just going to be Zazel, and he absorbs all of that damage. Might finally fall.
He's alive? Okay. That was a little...
It'll cost him his life, though, as he falls to Tactical. Shut down number 1, and now rooted is Samikin.
They can't get through that Scion is going to be the issue here.
But still, here's the long haul. Music will pick up one onto Tomio. Tactical looking for the angle. Here comes the charm off cooldown, but it gets blocked.
Oh my god. Tactical runs these.
He's got the reset for the rocket jump. He's waiting to find the right target as Samikin puts just enough.
That's tough.
Distance. And with Tactical being unchecked, he fights it back for Luminosity.
Tactical is so damn
That's
good.
really tough.
I was getting flashbacks to game 3 against the airport. I thought Tactical would reset for the quad again, but he doesn't find it. Zazel, he's also only a level 7 support. This time, Blue does get the one shot, but Levitate, this is not worth it. Don't trade out for the Braum, man. Even though Insanity does die too, without their Kaisa, Blue can't win in the extension, and Tactical is untouched.
Yeah, that's rough.
Is chasing for kills. This looks like a triple to me. Credit the Quacker for being able to escape at the end of it, but Tactical a fantastic multi-reposition with the rocket jumps. Doesn't end up going further forward because Quacker had the blast cone, but LG, it ends up being, I think, a 3-for-3 for them, but they still ultimately win the engagement because they have control over the area.
Hawk, that was two
Leadage.
shutdowns. Tactical
Yeah.
picked up. One off
Did you do? No. No, I did not.
Here to kill.
He's 2.5 items. Nobody else has 2 items in this entire game. Tactical is 2.5. Now he does
Look at
not
me.
have the flash.
I'm looking at you, bud.
Here comes another hook, but again, Fake God can
Oh God, hooking the fake God.
Facial fish are gonna go out. Fake God dropping down to smash. Now here comes Tactical.
Oh God.
Will take down Levitate. Tactical is on fire, and Luminous
Nice charm.
are steamrolling. Now Fake God caught by the rockets will not be able to survive.
Oh.
Into the zombie mode, but Tactical doesn't care. He's got his eyes set on
Disappointed. Disappointed. Are you okay? Are you having a stroke?
Again, putting the team on his back in a game 3, 6-0-3. What a performance he's having, and
Strong. Oh no.
damn about the dragon. They just want to take the
Do you need me to call someone?
because if I know anything about these two teams, they're going to continue fighting. Not long after this. As
Modulance. I can do that, buddy.
Levitate that mispositions, and it's Tactical that finds him.
Yeah, Tactical looking absolutely tremendous right now, man. You know, it's got to suck, especially with the way things went in the offseason. You know, Immortals disbanding, not being part
LG is just an LCS squad. Yeah, it's basically just a bunch of players who couldn't find rosters in the new LTA. And Zazel, who actually turned down an LTA job.
But that's a huge mistake and a great punish from Tactical. Nice hook here from Rovex, does at least get one back onto Fake God, but Salmonkin from passive. Tactical is able to fire onto him. You see him frontlining so many times, but just barely, such that he's still safe. Rovex now, that is a free kill.
It's a bad day to be a robot. Tactical goes godlike, and that's
Confirmed I won't have hot water for a week.
We got a 7-0-3 Tristana who's whacking down those turrets. Now here comes an engage. Blue Otters, this is ambitious right now, and it's not enough. Tactical will go legendary and jump for the next kill.
You just can't play.
I'm pretty sure they're required to provide you with hot water.
Sammy says, like, I'm just going to try to clear the way. I'm going to try to get something, but my brother, your tower isn't going to defend you. Those guys are not going to die. Another kill goes over. Luminosity, they are up 5,000 gold. 22 minutes in, they're finally going to take.
I mean, the heater went. Well, they're.
Game. Tactical already
Hang on.
long enough to hit over the dragon wall. I mean, this is completely a wrap.
The owner shall provide and maintain in good operating condition the facilities capable of heating water. The owner shall also provide hot water for use at a temperature and pressure sufficient.
Second game, exactly what we wanted out of them in the series.
Blitzcrank going nowhere. Ain't nothing to do there.
You must be provided with hot water, and may owe you civil damages up to 3 times 1 month's rent. Further, if your landlord is doing work and needs to shut off your access to hot water, he must give you reasonable notice.
Tank line that's going to be there to defend Tactical in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and it's giving Tactical so much confidence to step up into the front line to DPS because he knows that at a moment's notice he can just slip back behind safety as Rovex is in Narnia yet again. That is flashed down.
This is so locked, and Tactical still has
A week is the earliest a plumber can get there, though? That's wild. They really don't have plumbers anymore, do they?
Gold in his pocket right now. I'm curious if he's saving up for an outright full item buy. He's recalling right now. Let's see.
Yeah, it's bonkers. Yeah, it is.
Tier 2 boots and a cloak of agility, but I mean, still, he's a full item up on Levitate. As okay, this is a pick.
Yeah, Insanity.
No, RIP Insanity, brother.
In the side lanes. I mean,
It's like I could be nasty to my landlord and just get evicted. I mean,
there's not much tempo to be gained off of that.
they can't evict you for not providing you with something, and if they do, that's like the easiest lawsuit you'd ever have. But he's trying to get it fixed fast. Yeah, that's fair.
outside of the map despite Blue going for that play. Usually that's the kind of thing where you'd like to see them at least get some vision control. And Quacker. He is way too far up Summoner's Rift. Immediate claps coming from LG. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
He's going to have to burn a teleport if he wants to get away, but let's watch that replay first.
Yeah, I mean, not really much to say here. Insanity, he is alone after his team reset. Was not expecting a Sejuani to come from behind him. When we come back to live, I'm expecting a dead Jace. No, Quacker.
I'm expecting a dead Jace when we come back to live.
Yeah, that's what he needed to do, because there was no other world where he actually escapes that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Fake God TP'd for the play. I think Insanity also just TP'd mid, so you don't have teleports up on LG. Not really gonna matter too much for the Jace. That's okay.
All right, hook on a Zazel.
Can they kill him?
A lot of damage. Gets the glacial fissure down.
Oh.
Eat him up before they get a chance to get a kill. Now Music barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Here comes the counter engage. Tactical will get the double kill. Ooh, still up his levitate. He's trying to go neck for neck with Tactical.
Nice. Quacker dies, but I'll track the dose was missing out of water. If it's ridiculous, I can be like, hey man, can we bump Brent down? Yeah, I think that's within your rights.
A nice hook, but Tactical can just burn through anybody.
Like, is it his fault? No. Does he still have to provide you with hot water? Yeah.
Not at all. It's a good influx of gold, at the very least for Levitate, but the war definitely won by Luminosity in the long run, as they'll be wearing purple.
Well, Luminosity gets Baron.
This is going to go back up to about a 5k gold lead. They have a top lane tier.
Is it my fault also? No, just a shitty situation. Yeah.
They're waiting for the spawn right there, but they're just looking for Levitate coming in with Realm Warp. We'll follow it with the charge. Easy knock up and Levitate's down.
Or you can take a cold one. I hear they're good for you. The cold showers and stuff, I mean.
Let's take another look at this fight. I thought this was a good hook because
You fuck no.
damn tanky, and Tactical kills Rovex in 4 autos. Samikin comes into the backside, but he dashed into a root. And now look at Levitate and Quack.
I might consider it, but yeah.
Zazel saves him again. Tactical still full HP. This rocket jump may be ill-advised as he does trade himself out for Quacker, but by that point, the fight was already won. I don't think it mattered. Zazel, though, deserving so much props for the block as Quacker and Levitate tried to find the angle on the Luminosity's super carry.
Yep.
Before we went to the replay, at the very least, before Levitate died, he did get the mid lane tier.
May also make me determine the speed. Train. I mean, you can just look that up. Different trains, different train types travel at different speeds. So it's really going to depend, like, what kind of train you're trying to figure out how fast it goes. So you can just look up. So you're going to take a train ride. That's how, you know, you're going to go test it on the train. That's fair. I mean, they won't let you into the, like, compartment where the speed is controlled, but you know, well, there's just no other way to test it, right? Because you have to be moving at the speed of it. Oh god.
This game is over, man, and Luminosity are just doing the victory lap.
Sammy's just gotta dash out of that queue. Well, the ultimate, it's not worth dying for. Bad death right there from the mid laner of Blue. Sammy, I think, struggling a bit in this third game yet again, as what are we doing?
Another knock up, another kill onto Rovex. This is definite desperation. It doesn't feel like there's much coordination coming out of this. Just looking for the heroic fight that's going to bring it back. There's none. There's none whatsoever. Luminosity are in the driver's seat. They're so far in control. Blue Otters are just crumbling at the might.
Yeah, this is a stomp, and not a romp stomp, as with 3 members dead, LG actually posturing to end. They have a almost 4-item Tristana to hit these towers. These are going to explode.
Yep. And even nice buffer coming out of Tactical to get out of the Sejuani ultimate. Both towers are now down. Tactical behind so many different tanks. The last stand comes out from the Blue Otters. Rovex will die one more time. Zazel stays alive because he will thrive, and so will Luminosity Gaming as they
Luminosity wins.
Jump onto the respawn to pad the stats, and of course, a brilliant display in this game. Number 3 will lead them to one.
Oh my god.
One more set of kills, and a Nexus dead to rights. Luminosity take game 3.
a very one-sided affair. I said it during the game, but if you just remove Game 2 from the series in its entirety, this is what we expected from Luminosity.
That's wild, though, that game.
Win, right? A dominant Game 1 win, a dominant Game 2 win. This is what we want to see from a team that we expect to be able to challenge Dark Zero in the later stages of the season. So, just forget what happened in Game 2. Fix whatever that was. But this was a massive, just like, guys, it's time to lock in kind of game.
Yeah. And I kept highlighting it. Tactical and Tristana, holy moly, dude. Holy moly. Takes me back to 2021. It is a joy to see just how ruthless he can get with that champion when he has lead.
He's still really good on Tristana. It's fun to watch him.
We're going to take a moment to throw it over short break. We'll return. We'll have an interview with one of the members of Luminosity Gaming.
Alright, so we're on to the next game, which I think is Near Airport versus Conviction. I think. I am home and I've eaten. I'm so ready. Hell yeah. This game's gonna be fun. Watching the boys run. What'd you have for dinner? Burger. Nice. Double cheeseburger. Nice. That's a solid option. Alright, let's update the stream title. And we'll tweet again here.
Taxes was feeling so stuck.
Alright, that's updated.
Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing everything while you do your thing. Now, this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Now this is living. My favorite song, a beautiful sunset, no traffic.
Sean, what's Conviction's Twitter?
I could do this all night. Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is Taxes.
Never mind, I found it.
TurboTax Free Edition.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's famous 2 for $25 with new sizzling skillets and steak. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Getting your finances in order isn't just about saving, it's about doing. So, what do you want to do?
Alright, I've tweeted. I updated my stream name. We are good.
Here to support you while you put in the work. Visualize your success, attack your goals, go get it.
Consumer Reports used over 50 road tests, owner surveys, and safety ratings from IIHS to name Subaru their 2025 most reliable and best overall automotive brand. Safe, reliable, trusted. Subaru.
Ooh, I don't think they take that here.
Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants.
And these are my 14.
Jennifer Coolidge is hysterical.
99% of places nationwide.
Take a deep breath in.
Let's do it. Crank him out. Straight to the finish line, baby. Let's go.
Well done.
Should I get a Peloton?
Hey.
They're kind of expensive, no?
I don't think they'll take that here. Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past. Unlike me.
You look rad.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
2 clean wins with a crazy game in between, just what we want out of a Blue Otter series, and Luminosity just what they wanted out of their series, because they do take it 2-1. They continue to have a bit of an up and down season, but again, ultimately the goal for them is to scale throughout the year, to be that team that can contest against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and to be a team that can contest for a promotion spot into the LTA.
Yeah. And I can imagine it does mean.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. And I mean, Dragonsteel's a good team.
You know, when they were let go from
I don't know how I feel about them winning,
Coach
but
Raymond went on record saying that like he felt like that roster had a lot of unfixable issues when removing those 2 players, and for that, it probably puts a pretty heavy chip on your shoulder when you're coming into Tier 2. But now knowing that there's a promotion slot, Luminosity being one of the top 3 teams, arguably in the league, does put them in a position to show all those Tier 1 orgs that they're wrong, that they are Tier 1 talent, that they are capable, and promote back in to Tier 1 in the LTA North.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, I want to see them do it so much.
Sean, I'm curious, how do you feel about the movement online to bring back the LCS branding?
Regardless of how you feel about their success at the Tier 1 level, we always see them every time at this level of play completely dominate, and I mean, they're on the quest to continue doing that now. I love specifically getting to see Tactical pop off in the Game 3 on that Tristana this pick, looking so deadly for him.
Yeah, Tristana was very, very sick again. Throws me back to those old days, man, his old Team Liquid days. It was a lot of fun, but it was a joint effort. You know, a lot of the map positioning that we saw, Insanity did it really well with the Rise to get everyone into the right place, right time. But we are hearing that our interview is now ready, so we are joined by Tactical.
Oh, I forgot that they were going to do an interview.
Gaming. Welcome, Tactical. How you doing, man?
You guys?
Doing great. That was a very fun series to cast, to say the least. Now, I do want to throw the first question at you. I was hyping it up. Talk to me about the Tristana. I haven't seen it since back in 2021, and now you're pulling it back and having games like these, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think Tristana is like champ scaled really well. You know, I think it's not bad, especially in Fearless. You know, I did show a Malphite moment in the game earlier when I jumped into the Kaisa and Jace instead of hitting the Aria right next to me. So there's a little bit of a fan service right there for Malphite.
A little fan service there for Malphite.
I mean, kind of zooming out and looking a bit bigger picture too.
That is a hysterical sentence.
For you, out of everybody on this team, you actually spent the longest time in Tier 1 before now returning to Tier 2. Like you didn't have any splits there in between. How does it feel for you to be back at this level of play after so many years?
It feels like odd because I'm not used to it, because especially since it's online, I was so used to having everything being in person at the studio, and I thought it'd be different, but honestly it's actually not as odd as I thought.
He's getting used to it.
We're still bonding well. You know, I'm just trying to prove my way back there, so honestly I'm still pretty excited even though I'm playing from home.
So off of that note, I would like to know some of your goals on the season. One of the biggest things mentioned this year is that guest slot in the LTA North where an NACL team can promote into it. Is that the end goal right there? Just get back into Tier 1, get back into the LTA North?
Yes, big picture wise, our goal is to get back to the LTA North and take that relegation spot, or the guest spot, I mean. And
the relegation
now,
spot.
Obviously we don't focus on that. It's still a while till that tournament. We're gonna still focus on our steps and what we can do to currently improve. So yeah, we're just taking it slow, not too rushed, not too nervous about the big picture until the time comes.
Yeah, and for you specifically as well, we are getting word that you are the MVP of the series, by the way. So congratulations. The Tristana game definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting for you, I'm sure, as that was a massive pop-off. And you kind of talk about some of the improvements you're trying to make. I love hearing that because even though you are a veteran, right, obviously always room for growth. Is there anything specific that you are looking to do this split and this year in Tier 2?
I just wanted to be consistent and, you know, do my job. I'm not trying to be too
Tactical has been looking pretty good.
Just kind of want to just do well, honestly. Ideally, we win because, you know, that's the point of this team. We want to do well. Our goal is to win. And I guess while we're doing that, I want to just show...
He's looked good in NACL so far, in all the games I've watched him.
So you got your big matches out of the way rather early on some of the teams that are ranked very highly in the league. Dark Zero being one of them, Near Airport being another. I want to know your opinion about the top three, because at the current moment, it's Luminosity, Near Airport, and Dark Zero. How do you feel about this top three in the NACL?
Yeah, I think it could definitely go back and forth depending on the day. I think the last week we had a really rough week where everything kind of felt awkward within the team. But going into this week, we had really good talks and conversations that they...
I mean, Near Airport really hasn't looked that good. You know, that might be a
different week, maybe even this week.
me feeling.
Dark Zero again, we'd probably beat them. Yeah,
But I really don't think they've looked that good.
Myself included and everyone else.
They are who they are, right? So...
It happens, right? Week 2, better to get it out then. I know a lot of people definitely anticipating that rematch potentially to come in the playoffs. Tactical, before we let you go, any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans out there?
Shout out to my boy Tomio. I like him a lot. He's my teammate.
Shout out to Tomio.
Shout out Tomio. We love Tomio.
I'm gonna shout out Tomio too, man. Shout out to Tomio. I want to thank you so much for joining us, Tactical, and I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're gonna let Tactical go now, and it's great to see, man. It's been a lot of growth we've been seeing from not just the new faces that are joining into the NACL, but a lot of these old veteran faces. I think that's one of the things that we established very early on back in 22 Academy when we brought up the MVP award. Dokla was the first recipient of that, and it showed that you
Oh, Dokla.
a second life in
What a guy.
career. That could be a potential road that Tactical could follow.
Yeah, I completely agree. And hearing him bring up, like, hey, I'm just always looking to improve, I think that speaks volumes to the work ethic of these players, to what their intentions are. Like, yes, they want to promote, but they don't necessarily feel that this current form is what's going to carry them forward in their careers. And I think that's awesome. But always great to hear from veterans. I always feel like veterans give such good interviews because they have, I think, so much like to look back on, you know, in their careers.
And some of them got media training here and there.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of it's the media training, so...
And that is going to be Near Airport versus Conviction. So again, this has that kind of underdog vibe to it, given Conviction. You know, a lot of these were C-Law players that are looking to move up into the next caliber of play. And now you're going against the LCS Vets. That's kind of a boss music scenario that you're walking into.
Oh, yeah, it is. Conviction, they started red hot as well. 2-0 over fellow promotion team Apex Mission Impossible. Also,
Yeah, Convictions looked great.
2-0 over Supernova. Now, a lot of people, including myself, believe that Supernova played pretty terribly in that series, but Conviction played really well, and that's the most important takeaway, is that they are actually, alongside Dark Zero, tied at the top of the standings at this current moment. 4-0 game score, 2-0 match score, and they're going against a Near Airport team that we have lofty expectations for. But Dustrex, I think the theme of our broadcast today, as we watch them, is going to be highlighting some of the mistakes that they make and how they fix them. Because
Highlighting mistakes Conviction makes? That's interesting.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the roster, starting off with Near Airport right here, right now. Again,
Let's pull up the rosters. In case you don't know these folk,
experience. NTF Blade is there. You know, that's always going to be nice on top of that. But the way this team has been playing, you know, it kind of echoes what we saw in the last series with Luminosity. The expectations are incredibly
in case you're not familiar with these fellas.
a kind of rocky, rough start.
Never heard of? Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure I have either.
Like, we knew it would take these players sometimes to ramp up. We knew that they wouldn't be, like, just prime
Yeah, like look at that guy.
Be right out the gate, right? But I think tracking their growth is going to be so important. One of the things immediately that sticks out to me in their hair-raising 2-1 defeat of CCG last week is that for what feels like the first time this season, they actually had.
Is he French? He sure might be.
Carry pants, something that had not happened in Split.
Also.
And Double Lift going to be going up against again another promotion team, Chrome, formerly known as Aaron in the bottom lane, who has had
To the airport in a fucking tux. I don't know.
Aaron, always great.
Not sure I trust him. Aaron.
Always a very fun player to watch, a very fun personality, and alongside him and Manui, two of the players that I think we're really looking for on this team to step up to continue to carry conviction to wins.
And I will say, even though this team had a very hot start, 4-0, in the series, that puts them at 2-0. It was against AMI, it was against Supernova.
Right.
It's still competition, it still feels good, but that is an easier schedule to say the least. And now this is where the real test is going to come in for conviction.
Most certainly.
This is where the real tests.
For that bottom lane, I think Manui specifically, a long-time NACL veteran, but in many ways feels like a rookie on this team with a lane swap down to support. I think it's been.
Oh yeah, here we go. Draft time.
He's really going to need to play well against Bio, and not only that, we have Kizdo in the jungle. I think one of the more exciting up-and-coming players we've had in our space for the last 2 years or so, going up against the #1 jungler alongside Yuji in this league in Spica. And then you've also got Hoarder, who had a breakout week 1. Can he replicate it?
Now, one thing I have been noticing, if teams are able to lock down Biofrost into the bottom lane, it does neuter a lot of what Near Airport try to pull off with Spica. And
it neuters them.
Synergy that this team does pull out. We saw that with Array and Breezy. They were able to just put chronic pressure and out-trade, even kill in the 2v2 against Double Lift and
I'm back. Do you not want another vibe? I'm just chilling right now, but thank you.
From Chrome and Minui, that enables Biofrost to get
Diane might hop in when she's done with her event.
Because when Biofrost is able to get involved with Spica, Near Airport is so good, proactive, so good. Bio is the setup for this team, but dare I say, on the other side of the coin, when Bio's not able to get involved, Near Airport kind of just does the old school TSM do nothing. And so they really need their support to get going in the game. And I will say, too, for looking at the mid lane, Darkwings is definitely good enough to contain Pobelter in the lane. We've seen that also be a potential problem for NA, is if they're not just able to kind of like have mid passively win, because Pobelter is generally better than a lot of the guys here. But we have gone through the first phase of ban.
It's slamming the Varus. Love that.
Varus, this has been his favorite champion throughout the entire spring split so far. Not surprised to see that one unchanged.
Also been a very solid pick to grab early in these Fearless drafts. We already saw it in our first series of the day. It was the B1. Going to have it again with Near Airport. Their response to it is going to be the Maokai, so you get a good frontline tank who can engage onto this Varus, as well as the Jhin, which has been very potent as of lately in the meta.
Skarner getting picked up for Spica, so it's not a carry. This is a bit of a different look. Spica has been the biggest carry for this team so far, now going more the utility direction. I'm expecting Ambessa? No? Okay, this is really interesting, because Tia Flame
interesting.
Jax, Ambessa, Jace Enjoyer. With Jax and Jace gone, I really expected an Ambessa blind pick. Hoarder was probably holding on some sort of counter, but they're actually going to let it drop.
And then, of course, getting that Skarner can be pretty impactful for the way you set up around neutrals, because what we've been seeing from teams is as long as they get the first setup, there are so many traps you can lay with the Ixtal's impact. You now have a Victor and a Jhin. While they're very strong and can do some decent counters onto Skarner, especially if you get that gravitational field down, they're not the most mobile, so it allows Spica to approach it in that similar way.
Also, the Victor counter into the Azir, I've never loved this one. Now, I will say, talking about like Fearless draft, both the Jhin and the Victor are big denials.
Victor isn't too bad into it that I know of.
This one always feels hard to play because, yes, you win the lane in isolation, but if anyone comes mid, the threat of the shuffle can be big, especially if Darkwings loses Flash. So that's something we'll have to track. As now, moving into the second phase, we have mirrored picks on both sides. I'm expecting R5 to come through for Hoarder. Again, he had a massive breakout week 1 performance for the rookie. So what is he going to do into TF Blade? Again, he must be cooking a pick into the Zambessa. There's no other reason it didn't get banned out here.
Yeah, and it's not a bad time to really go for it either, because you don't have those typical counters on the board. Zyra's one of them. Talia we've talked about in the past before. So yeah, the Ambessa is going to be able to go through, and this gives some pretty strong pick and engage now. Oh, the Bard is tried and true for Biofrost. He kind of made a name.
He does love his Bard.
Debut into the tier 1 space with his Bard picks and his Tempered Fates, and we're going to see that on the Rift once more.
Really? Is it just renekton into the Ambessa? I mean, again, it is like a denial from TF Blade later in the series. Okay, it ends up being Gnar. Not the most inspiring R5 from Hoarder. I feel like we knew this Ambessa was coming. I mean,
Glacial Cho into Ambessa.
Here because there's no other reason.
Trust. Well, they locked Gnar, so.
With the Bard, push in bottom. Double ranged up against the Alistar. Bio should be able to get active on the map. They also have Spica, not on a carry, but still on a playmaker. Ability to attack mid and top. That's what I'm expecting for Near Airport to try to get a win in game 1.
Conviction off to a hot
Boo, boring. It's not that boring.
And now they're against their toughest opponent yet in the airport. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take the dub. Will it be Conviction, or will it be Near Airport? We'll find out right now.
And for Conviction, they do have a really solid team fight composition. I think I'm really looking at Dark Wings on this Victor to be a big carry later on into the game with that AoE. Not the best tank shredding capability right now for CNV, and they want to just immediately take control of the top side of the map, allow TF Blade to play the game, and also, potentially track Kisno on that early clear.
Man, I am gonna worry for Conviction as this game does drag on a little bit if they aren't getting the advantages that they need. Again, I look back towards that Skarner and kind of how creative you can get with some of these gigs. It kind of takes me back to when Zach first came out in League of Legends.
I forgot to swap my scene. My bad, guys.
Do it from all these wild angles. The Ixtal's Impact enables something similar where you can just run through these walls that they're not expecting, sometimes doing counter vision, and that's the end of the team fight right there before it even starts.
Yeah, Skarner's so funny. I like the comparison because I feel like Elastic Slingshot is almost more broken in the speed in which it can, in different angles in which it can come from, right? But Skarner's so much more punishing with the CC chain he does lay down if he hits you, right? So I do agree. I think a lot of responsibility on Spica to get this game going. My question for Conviction is, early on, the Skarner is going to be so damn tanky. He gets tankier than basically any other champion in the game at like 10 minutes just off of the
I answered your call, and for some reason, like a set of oh, there it is. Like random games popped up.
That's weird.
Yeah. I had a second of like, why is it prompting me to play games in Discord?
That's what I'm a bit more worried about, kind of looking towards about 10 minutes in the game.
Like, that doesn't feel right.
I don't think Discord knows what it's doing lately.
No, they're really trying to do a whole bunch of stuff, I think.
They're Raptor camps. Now, we've talked a lot about Spica.
And they definitely need to stop.
You're a very big proponent of Kisno.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I saw Kisno play on, who did he play for? He
This game one?
Yes.
In Tier 3 in 2023.
Who won the last one?
I want to say it was.
Luminosity.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it is a squad of a bunch of LCS players, so.
Yeah, no, it made sense.
Yeah. Blue Otter looked good in game 2, but kind of meh in game 1 and 3.
A stint in 2024. I think this guy has definitely proven that he is above the tier 3 level of play, right? And he does deserve to be here in tier 3.
How was your event?
I think a lot to learn potentially in this series up against
It was
LCS MVP and Spica.
good. I think it would have gone over better if they had advertised the event just on sheer attendance, but
Yeah.
people showed up, people were engaged, and that is as much as I want from a club event.
That's
We
fair.
were all awful at League Jeopardy, though. Like,
I
it was,
did-
you
yeah,
saw
I
the
did get
scores,
that,
and
yeah.
it just kept going lower for the most part.
Finally, some good analysis now that Cordelon is here. That's true, Sean. I had to bring somebody in who knew something about this goddamn game, so.
You see here, they're gonna die. I know, the average viewer can't tell.
You see here, they're gonna try to kill Hoarder. Update, they killed Hoarder.
recourse to be had. There's no crash on the way for Conviction as Kizno, I don't think it's like his fault necessarily, but that was a very obvious dive angle to come
How
through.
were you bad? What do you mean?
Was there to help Hoarder. That's a big kill to pick up on Hoarder's counter pick.
And it's a kill on Mbessa. Mbessa move around a lot. Mbessa pick your carries a lot. So it's a good start for TF Blade and Near Airport in the early stages of this game. And, you know, simple game plans.
You know, Pat, I don't.
The top side executed perfectly.
Cho would have lived that. Cho would not have lived that, brother.
I feel like any time in which the jungler is able to focus,
Cho dies there just like Nar does.
your early game plan wasn't that good. Well played by Spica to go for the instant flash stun into Hoarder, not allow the Gnar to outplay. I think Hoarder was trying to rely on the Mega Gnar.
Like that he slapped him.
But
Just whack.
too far away from getting that bar. The zoom in on the little
The zoom in on the dead Nar is wild.
It's just sad.
They said they were.
You don't
at League
understand. They were
Jeopardy.
hard little League Jeopardy questions. Like, there was a good chunk of time where everyone on that board was negative.
Now as he's back in the lane, will be at a deficit.
Sorry, I don't know someone's W by the noise.
Afford him
For 500 points.
I can't hear her talk the shit talk back because of the ads. Just give it a minute. The ad will be over. I forgot to run it before the game.
Wow, Pat.
I'm doing my best. I stream 3 times a week for NACL. Alright, Connor, you're back. Diane, would you like to reiterate what you were saying?
It was just a very hard game. Like, we were all negative at one point, and like, I'm sorry that I don't know every champion's W by the sound it makes.
Doesn't seem like the airport even want to
Okay, should talk me to my face.
They just all sounded like Aatrox to me.
All?
To be fair, I think there was more distortion on there than they were willing to admit.
That would make
It
sense,
was like,
yeah.
there was one of them where like, I did know that one, and that is not what I heard.
Match the lane swap to make sure Hoarder's still able to get farm, I think is what's happening right here. But, I mean, Hoarder already...
Diane, what's the name of Renata's Q?
I don't know names. That's not fair. Actually, Q's handshake.
I like that you said that and then knew the name.
Yeah, it's weird that I know that one.
Yeah.
Blown up before he can do that Mega Gnar form. And catch up needs to be played here for Hoarder, but there's a lot of attention still in this bottom lane as Kizno's going to arrive to bring that catch up. Mega Gnar form comes through. Public execution to follow through, but it's not enough to save TF Blade's life. Hoarder will get the kill.
Yeah, nice try from TF Blade right there. Unstoppable through the Gnar, but Hoarder immediately follows it with the wallop, and they're able to take him down, punishing the flash from the earlier dive as well. So Conviction ultimately able to pay their top laner back for the commitment towards bottom side earlier.
Oh, that's good. Good for Hoarder.
Steve, Hawk, we wanted things to get better for Hoarder. They got better. And it was all on
They got better.
I just think that's great
He died.
Well,
He got better.
They know their bot lane's completely safe. Hey, we need to pay our top laner back because we sacked them early, and Kizno found a window.
Kizno watching very carefully on the map where to attack. He does find his window of opportunity. This will even up the top lane matchup between TF Blade and Hoarder. Taking a look at the timers right now. We've got 3 minutes before the next dragon does come up. Might have a fight nonetheless. Flashing out from the Emperor's Divide. Now it puts Pobelter in a bad situation. Speaker gonna block the
Oh.
but it still lands onto Pobelter. He
Nice.
caught by it, and it will cost him his life in the grand scheme of things. One more laser to put him down.
That was
I think it just brought him closer, honestly.
It did appear that way.
Even before the kill comes down, the extra wave.
Darkwings is kicking the shit out of Pobelter.
We're gonna get another look at this bottom play first. We talked about it. Good identification from Kizno to look for the play.
To be fair, Darkwings is one of those players that I'm surprised I haven't seen them pop up in higher levels of play yet.
Yeah.
Give the Gnar the kill as well. But talking about that mid play, I mean,
Oh my god, I'm cooking. I'll be right back.
under pressure, reigning CLOL champion alongside Chrome, by the way, with St. Louis University. These two guys, you love to see it. They know a thing or two about Clutch from their run last year.
Now, there is one thing I want to point out. When the Maokai ultimate was used, usually what you do is you put your tank to eat one lane of it, and your carry will be behind that. They'll be perfectly safe. The very edge of the other lane caught Pobelter on that ultimate. That's brutal, man.
Can I ask a really honest question? When did they change Maokai's ult to be this? Because was Pobelter even playing Pro League of Legends since Maokai got this ult? I mean, that was just so well played. Again, look at Darkwings. He gets everything out of Pobelter. Fantastic.
I'm enjoying a vodka water.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Pobelter.
Like soda water or...
Kizno splits his focus, maybe thinks he can have a kill on Aspika. Obviously, Darkwing's able to pick that one up. Again, Kizno gives the kill to his carry. Like, it's a mistake from Pobelter, I think, to die, but it's an outplay from Darkwing.
It's a mistake by Pobelter to die. I would agree with that, actually.
So Conviction showing that those matches they had in week number 1, it wasn't just easy mode. They do operate at this level of play. At least in this early game so far, as they are able to keep up with Near Airport. But you're still going to need more than that, because look at the passive gold. Near Airport are still managing out slight leads.
Nope, tap water? What's wrong with you?
I guess they're marginally ahead everywhere else. Maybe a couple tower plates taking off the lane swaps as well. Ultimately, though, the gold doesn't really mean anything. It's mostly just dragging it against Grubs, and we're going to have the next...
Oh, no.
Here we go,
it's Biofrost time.
Stun will not be found from the Cosmic Binding. It does get the
A lot? Yeah, I know, buddy.
Summoner spell is the ADC of Conviction.
And so that's what we want to see.
2-1 Convi? Yeah, I'm feeling 2-1 Convi as well here. The next generation. Also, it's drinking water while getting drunk. It's great.
The more Bio and Spica can link up like that, the happier Near Airport's going to be. I think Manui on this cow hasn't really gotten involved, mostly has been posturing defensively. It's been a lot of Kizno. Wait, hang on.
Here we go, Biofrost looking to block the lane. Double Lift's gonna be okay now, but curtain call opens up and Biofrost is sacrificed to Conviction.
I mean, Kizno is having a great game. He comes down. We already saw Bio and Double Lift use some ultimates earlier on, trying to find the pick on the Chrome, and so they just take their turn. League of Legends is a game of turns. Kizno makes the play happen, just as I was talking about him being the main purveyor of proactive plays. Credit to Spica for cross-mapping here on the Void Grubs, but Conviction very happy to pick up the feat of Warfare and the second Dragon.
As you had mentioned earlier, I mean, Kizno has spent so much time in the Tier 3 space since 2023.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. How was your cooking?
If it weren't for the fact it was mostly liquid, that would have been a fire.
Oh, Jesus.
This is exactly what we want.
Well, I guess it's good that it was mostly liquid then.
Was.
Is it not anymore? Is the liquid gone?
No, that all evaporated.
Oh, God. Do you have food? Like, are you able?
Oh, yeah. Well, I just went grocery shopping. I can make something else.
Okay. I'm sorry about your soup, I imagine?
It was soup, yeah.
Again, that last stint that he had on Dragoon's Goons, I think in particular, he really proved to me that he is a Tier 2 talent.
Oh my god, I forgot about Dragoon's Goons. What a classic squad name.
Classic.
Yes, he's done farm on Spica, but the proactivity has been awesome to see. A bounty on his mid laner Darkwing that was set up by him. Conviction, they're not really ahead in gold, but I feel like with 2 dragons, they are well poised to approach these 15 or so minute team fights.
Dry soup.
I don't know. In a straight 5v5, I can agree with you on that one.
Well, it's only dry because of the fire.
6 grubs were picked up.
There was no fire. I'd like to reiterate because of the
Yes, I'm sorry.
broth. Like the broth saved my life.
There would have been a fire, and now it's dry soup. Yeah, you just fuck, what's it called? Reduced it. That's high class.
So much.
Yes, the grubs can be really impactful, especially
They reduce things in fancy food all the time. You're just preparing.
I think when we're looking at team fights, you got a Blackfire, Victor, the Jhin approaching one item right there.
Reduce, reuse, Kiki.
is going to be a little bit stronger across the board as long as they can get those.
It still makes no sense.
Hoarder and Grubs items to come through before the next fight.
I mean, that's always the tricky thing with the trade. When you grab grubs, you're intending to take structures.
I do love watching Conviction play.
When you grab dragons, you're getting stats. You're getting different types of buffs for it at the same time.
I feel like they're a very good squad.
See if those stats become useful. Stunned up in the gravitational field.
Honestly, like we're only a couple minutes in, but like, this is one of the best teams I've seen play into near airport so far, at least that I've seen. Like, mind you, I'm not watching the whole thing. I'm sure I
Yeah.
missed something great.
Rather Bio's flash and Bio's ulti. Like that's a
And we can credit Sean with putting the roster together, because this is Tempest.
Damn, Sean.
Yeah, nice job, buddy.
Nice look from
You built a good one.
get a resource out that will not be available for the Herald and Dragon spawns in 16 minutes.
Still clearing out his
So Sean, can you leak what roster you're putting together for the next NAOQs? Because this one you won the whole thing with, so
slight leads that we're seeing from some of these lanes.
I imagine that must carry some weight going into the next one.
Darkwings in the mid lane right there is about a 500 gold lead against his counter opponent.
Yeah, Darkwings is pretty big, and I said at the top of the game that he does need to be the carry for this team. The Victor skill's by far the best, and a fed Victor can be a
I do love Skarner. I feel like his changes were good for him. I do miss the crystals.
I was say, like, I hate the flavor change. I love the mechanical changes.
I do also sort of miss the single target walk up and grab that guy button.
But this feels like that, but more modern. Like, I think it was a really
Yes.
good adaptation.
Yeah, it does. It's a skill shot. You can grab more than one person.
Muscles right there. I mean, really well done. This Victor.
God, they really
Scary right now.
they really made this Victor's, like, in the skin, his legs so much thinner.
Very toothpicky.
Yeah.
All the way back in 2017. Wow, time flies. So
Like, you know how people talk about, like, Barbies, how they'd be able to hold a wine glass but not a pen?
Yeah.
I feel like that's new Victor. Barbie Victor. He can hold a wine glass but not a pen.
I actually, wow, that's probably. I just offended the rest of the NACL broadcast.
Yeah, you offended me, man.
I'm sorry.
I've been doing this since season 1.
Give me a baseball bat and Victor will need that cane again? Jesus Christ.
I started playing League in 2016. So Maokai got changed not long after I started, I guess. But he wasn't meta until a while, I feel like, after that ult got changed, but could be misremembering. Either way, in 2025, pretty good.
I think Hawks just one of the casters just said now that he's hit his mid-20s, he's really old. And then followed it with, I think I just offended the rest of the NACL broadcast team because I think they're all 30 plus.
The really funny one is like the red
The guy casting with him was like, yeah, well, you offended me at the very least.
I love just seeing Kizno stand in the river. He's playing goaltender. Dragon
It is actually an aging fan base, which I think is part of the issue they're having with new players.
Yeah.
Or the player base as a whole.
Yeah.
Not going to want to let the soul go over, so point rather. Multiple flashes not available as TF Blade is spotted.
First setup by Conviction, but interesting path coming out of near airport right now as they find the Cosmic Binding. TF Blade is deep in there, will go in with the public execution, but Chrome takes him down. Now on the retreat as the Impale is found on...
TF Blade just goes so far so fast, and I don't know if that's paying off for him.
I don't know.
As crumbling is Conviction, Chrome has to close the curtains and...
Oh, you missed the Gnar.
Chrome walks away while near airport have their heads held up high.
That's a really big fight near airport.
I don't know why Aaron rebranded to Chrome.
As Bio was able to buy time for TF Blade and
wait, who?
Do you remember Aaron? AIRREN, I think was how he spelled it.
Oh, yeah.
That's Chrome.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he rebranded. I don't know why.
Unless there's something wrong with your name, honestly, I wouldn't bother with a rebrand. You lose so much.
Yeah.
And dropping tempered fates on people in the same exact way. He's
I'll be right back again.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I love you.
And here we are near airport, 2.3k in the lead.
Yeah, and again, the scaling on their side, I think is just a bit better than that of Conviction, as it looks like TF Blade is completely caught out. But the ultimate from Biofrost just buys so much time. TF Blade, yes, he dies, but they're able to yoink Kizno, and POV just has an incredible position right here, able to wall them off completely. This time had the flash to still catch Darkwings even after the flash of his own. Order dies on the backside. Chrome the only one alive, but this Jin is a pea shooter into the Skarner.
Yeah, the notorious POB with that Shurima shuffle.
The notorious POB.
Bifrost, who bought the time for that play near airport. With the 6 grubs, Infernal Drake on top of that, they have a lot on the map to really pick up here. They only have 1 turret picked up, so a lot of standing gold that they can start to capitalize on.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I mean, I mentioned the scaling. Yes, Dark Wings is gonna be so strong, but like this is a collector Jhin who I don't know how Conviction really matches these team fights, especially with the amount of playmaking and mobility that Near Airport has. Rift Herald now on the map near airport. They're the ones focusing on towards it, approaching second item spikes all across the board. Now, still some critical flashes down, but Dark Wings not having that one makes him a clear target. We'll see if Conviction can wrestle their way into
Don't burn the soup again. Don't worry, she's not. That's why she went to go deal with it.
Big risk, man. If you do go for that fight, you mentioned it, Dark Wings no flash. They can jump on that. They are keeping track of these flash timers. The other thing is, if you let them get this Rift Herald, they are going to get quite a bit out of it. 6 scrubs. Once it crashes, that's a lot acquired.
Double lift to streaming the game. That makes sense.
Get secured over to near airport. But here comes the
Until con. Good Gnar, Hoarder.
Kizno follows through. He targets Spica. Spica's burning down, and Hoarder will be able to hold the line as a shutdown is found by Dark Wings.
Near Airport gets out with 4 members. How did they only drop Spica? And with the Herald getting taken as well, it's fine. Okay, it looks like they didn't get the eye. So, at the very least, I guess it's a 1 for 0. Oh, Kizno.
Oh, Kizno, he overstayed. He overstayed big time. TF Blade does burn his flash, but will secure the kill and second kill of the game onto the Sambesa.
Honestly, dying to get TF Blade's flash, I think, is like fine right there, but it is going to give Near Airport setup over this Otacon. So, Near Airport first into the river, but a great TP from Hoarder to try to corral them in, and this fight setup actually looks pretty good. Dark Wings untouched in the back side, Hoarder to corral, but
you okay?
Oh, I missed something fun.
You did. You did. A nice fight. Hoarder had a nice Gnar.
Drawing the line with the Sand Soldiers, dissuading any sort of chase. Ends up just being a 1 for 0. Herald is denied at the very least, but with Kizno dying, it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory.
I mean, that's the big thing we're going to mention right there is just the Herald. You know?
Yeah, it's unfortunate he got killed because he got hit by that the public execution, but
all that time and investment to try and grab that objective only to lose.
Maybe that's what he gets for being there.
Yeah, he should have left.
Win for Conviction, even if they weren't able to clean up the rest of the fight like they wanted to. But look at this from Biofrost. Comes in, finds the Cosmic Binding on Kizno. Not going to steal away the blue buff, though.
When Near Airport still just continuing to try to advance their vision line forward, they know they're ahead, and they know they want to keep opening up the map. I would expect top lane tier 1 to be the focus, but with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, they say, hey, let's just fight him again. We got a 2-item Azir and a 2-item on hit Varus. The conditions are decent. Now, Double Lift does not have Flash. Dark Wings and Chrome both have theirs back up, and it looks like TF Blade's gonna be able to take this turret anyway, so. I think Conviction does have the ability to approach this one. They also have 2 items on their carry. They're now trying to clear out the vision in the river.
Is that dragon count accurate?
We'll see.
Truthfully, I'm not sure. I think it is. They seem to have fixed most of like those issues with the broadcast, with the like inconsistent dragon tracking and shit. Huge Otacon call though.
Yeah, wow, that's just gonna be gone. Near Airport.
Yeah, I think that's the way better move.
Yeah, it was a good call.
You told me, Eric, that they have the highest Otacon rate of any team in the NACL so far. Just Conviction kind of falling asleep at the wheel, saying, hey, we can give Soul Point. Let's get gold rate now. We don't have Flash on our 80 carry. We don't need to coin flip a fight. So they're going to be able to take a tier 2 tower more than likely, maybe even a kill.
Yeah, going for the dive.
Oh no.
And right there with the Tempered Fate, dead to rights is Hoarder.
Oh no, Dark Wings.
Oh no.
Oh.
Dead in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Belongs to Near Airport.
I mean, Conviction just completely fell apart of their rotation. Hoarder just needs to sack the top lane, knowing that Near Airport is on an extended cross map. Dark Wings ends up throwing himself to the wolves, and now it's not only going to be a tier 2 tower, it's going to be an inhibitor dropping.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
There they go, little Twitch chatters running all to the Nexus towers. What a blunder coming out here. I mean, it was already a misstep for Hoarder to go down, but this teleport off.
Yeah. I mean, the teleport came in after the tempered fate. Like, Darkwing...
Like, he couldn't have thought people were coming, because no one was. Like, he just... I don't know, did they not... They saw enough of him where I don't think he should have gone in there.
No, he shouldn't have. I'm not totally sure what he was thinking, to be honest.
Mapping team in the NACL, identifying that they could go for Otacon and then leverage their 6 grubs to go from what was barely a 1.5k gold lead to now 5,000.
Ooh, 5,000 isn't the best.
Yeah, they go over Soul Point, but it's not going to mean a damn thing if they can slap Conviction.
Yeah, that widened pretty quick.
Yeah.
This is going to stop anytime soon. The pain train is
I look away and things happen in chat.
Airport, right? We got to stick with that. Here comes Darkwings and Minui looking to focus on TF Blade. Minui's not going to get close enough, and there is a ward in the tri-bush, so even if he took an angle, he'd be spotted out. Near Airport, getting control of this map firmly in their hands.
Honestly, if I ever, was good enough to play against him in the first place, but if I was, I would just be going for TF Blade every chance I could.
He is the weakest link. You know, I mean, like, look at him.
What do you mean, look at him?
I mean, you got Spica, Pobelter, Double Lift, and Biofrost, all, like, North American champions. And then you have TF Blade, the guy who's known for... what? Like, he's a streamer, I guess.
No, look at him, just felt rough.
Well, it's not about how he looks.
But yeah, it would be on site for me just trying to tilt him, to be honest.
Yeah. Aurelia. Is that what he's known for? Is he known for Aurelia? Oh, Hoarder! Oh, he missed the wall. He missed the wall. Oh, kill Double Lift! They got Double Lift!
But his health bar is running low. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade between Conviction and the Airport.
I'm calling my mom after that. She won't know who the fuck Double Lift is, but she'll know that I killed him.
Ma!
Mm.
I think it's just going to be a mid lane tier 2 after.
I didn't realize they got that turret.
I think the minions did.
That's a little sad.
I mean, hey, we've seen minions win. We saw minions win the last LCS championship.
Unsung heroes.
Have you been seeing the movement online to go back to the LCS brand?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do think something needs to change. I don't know how much that would help.
I don't know. I really have no idea.
It does feel like at this point they fundamentally don't understand their own product.
Yeah, or at the very least what the community wants out of their product, which is still troubling.
Yeah.
Because I think at the very least, the community does say what we want.
Very loudly.
Now,
yes.
One of the bright sides for Conviction is Chrome. You know, Aaron Lee, right there.
And like, I would never just do what a community wants. The community's stupid. But like, it's also great data to have them just constantly telling you what they will and won't consume.
Yeah, right? Like,
3 items, it's a pretty good strong point for the Jhin. So keeping him alive for some of these fights, I mean, it might sound like hope, but that's the biggest hope that we really have for Conviction right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Chrome is great on this Jhin too. He had a fantastic game 1 on it against Apex Mission Impossible in week 1, but
what specifically do people want to change? Because it's not just the branding, I assume.
No, so, do you remember that New York league creator, David Sajid? Yeah, Sajanak, whatever. David, if you see this, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. But he put out like an 8-minute video or something where he talked about what he thought. And so, hang on, let me see, because I watched it and then did my own sort of thoughts. Oh, here it is.
Show up in the mid lane, take this inhibitor. That's going to be the second inhibitor now falling.
No, yeah, I didn't really talk about his stuff.
But now near airport can just transition over there and take
Well,
that too.
kind of a variety of stuff. A lot of it was really the, like, look, whoever's running the show right now needs to no longer be running the show.
I mean, that's fair, though. Like, years of decline, like, at what point do you decide that's not the right person?
He also, if I remember correctly, mentioned, like, whoever's in charge of the money specifically needs to be gotten rid of. Because whoever's, like, making the calls on, like, how they advertise and what they spend on advertising and, like, all that is just not doing it well or not doing a good job. Or
I think that's the biggest issue, to be honest.
Yes.
We've talked about it before, but, like, the game's just not being put in front of people in A, cost-effective ways, and B, not in ways where no one's being retained either.
Yeah, his argument with specifically, like, the switch to LTA, like, they did a really bad job, like, advertising the change. Like, his argument was that...
I think they were hoping to switch it and no one noticed, really.
Yeah, his argument was that they didn't do a good job convincing people why they should be engaging with the product, changed as it was.
No, I mean, they told us, like, we just need to do this. I made it very clear that this was a survival move and kind of told us tough luck.
Yeah.
To deal with both regions, tough luck.
Yeah, North America and CB
This
Law.
wasn't like, this is why it's better. This is why it's happening and deal with it.
Right.
That's not marketing.
No, it is not.
This doesn't change the situation that Conviction are in. Backs are against the wall as your inhibitor is down, and we still have a lot of.
But yeah, so
White soon. Baron in a minute.
you know, we will see what ends up happening. Some people, or Respawn, made the argument to split things into upper lower divisions, 5 teams each, which I don't love.
By what?
Into like an upper and lower division, 5 teams each.
Okay. I mean, we're just gonna end up with, like, what, with America in the bottom one?
Probably not. Brazil logistically probably would be. They have, in the one international we've had with both, the NA did kind of kick the teeth in of every CB LOL team.
I mean, that's also hard now, though, because, like, that's the preferred child, and they are the worst teams.
Yes. But it does drive home the fact that you don't have to win games in order to make money.
Yeah, I don't know why people can't wrap their head around that. And, like, don't get me wrong, you don't have anything else going for you. Like, that is one way to generate interest in your fan base and get them to spend. But it's not the only one, and it's also the hardest one. Like, I don't know why everyone goes to that first. Really, at any given point, there's, like, 2-3 teams that can really own that segment.
He also argues we should bring back promotion and relegation. Like, fully.
Would both be awful for the scene and getting good at the same time, to be honest.
Yeah. It would make it more unstable for, like, big investors, but it would drive up engagement. So I think you'd probably make up for it with, like, ad spots. But I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to take the money off the team and put it into the broadcasting sponsors.
Yes.
Like, it's better for, like, whatever league they decide to call it.
Yeah.
But it will be harder for the teams to find funding.
Yes.
But I think that's also a bit of, like, putting, you know, the little mask on a child before you put one on yourself. If the airplane's losing oxygen. Like, if the lead doesn't survive, none of these teams fucking matter.
Right. He also argued we should switch to online outside of playoffs.
I don't love that, but I think it's that or get the fuck out of LA, and they're never doing that.
No. Oh, God.
Oh.
So he said that, and then roadshow for every split, semis and finals, with the money that you save from not doing everything in person. And then dividing franchise fees between divisions proportional to stipend support, which you can recalculate annually.
Themselves a quick souvenir Drake as they continue the push.
I mean, that works if it does get more sponsors in because of upped engagement. If it doesn't, that whole thing crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it might crumble anyway.
See, Minui just coming off the respawn, but near airport leading these minions in. What kind of engage can you get with Hoarder and Minui? It is going to be your
I'm honestly surprised this game lasted as long as it did.
Are you?
Respawn now. Hoarder misses the Gnar ultimate, and that is the last gasp. Conviction watching the minions come into their base. They get caught by the cosmic binding tempered fate, and the rest follows through as Minui is slain.
Oh no.
The current call gets closed. The nexus is exposed, and near airport,
So many dashes.
Yeah. Alright, game 1.
It may not be clean as many near airport games are, but it is relatively one-sided. NA able to take down Conviction, handing them their first loss
I mean,
of the
they put up a good fight. They were super even, like, the first half of the game. It just kept slowly slipping away from them.
Yes.
Good here in 2025, but yeah, I mean, just some big blunders, some ill-advised engages from Conviction, and some massive outplays looking at Bio and Pobelter in particular that allowed NA to take the win.
You know,
We'll see where the next game goes. I think it'll go well.
decently enough with some of the early gameplays that we did see from Kisno in particular. He was constantly in the bottom lane, man, and it was getting Chrome quite a few kills. The thing was, it just didn't translate to the mid game. It didn't translate to the late game, where we just saw near airport completely take over. And off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over to short break and return. We'll get into game number
I love
2
you.
between near airport
Damn right I do.
and Conviction.
But yeah, I don't know. It's going to
I
be
actually did
interesting.
find out I'm not supposed to bet on these.
Says who?
I don't even know.
NACL.
To say one, you know, that comes to my mind.
Who told you that? Did somebody from NACL tell you?
No one's addressed me. I just happened to find out.
And he gets like six-pack and stuff, so I guess.
Well, you know, if you're not supposed to, that's probably...
And even then, I think I'm technically in a gray area. Like, I would argue it. I'm just also not going to do it again.
No, that's fair. That's probably for the best.
Would you say Vulcan to represent?
Ew, gross. Was fun while it lasted.
You made good money.
I think Svenskeren in 2018 and 2019
Did you?
was probably close to them. I think 2019 summer especially, he was very.
With this in the C-Law, it was a little over 100. Which
Oh,
isn't like
yeah,
a
it's
lot,
not,
but
no, that's not bad, though.
Ooh.
for esports betting, it feels nice.
That's tough. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is honestly Reckless. He has so many fans. I mean, he's actually like so good looking.
Yeah.
Who's the most handsome pro player? Oh, dude, it's tough. I don't know. For me, it's like
Pat, sports gambling? No, I'm not getting into sports gambling. We've talked about this.
Esports gambling is different, and I think you should condone it.
What?
You should let me plug my website
can't-
already.
on a broadcast for the thing you just said you can't bet on it.
Well, to be fair, I'm not Supernova staff, so I don't think it counts.
Does it?
I am simply staff where they rent their team from. That's different.
Connor wants to know, is your website notriggedgamblingtrust.gg?
It wasn't, but it will be.
I'm buying that.
Sure no one has that.
I'm buying that domain right now. Hang on, let's see if it's available.
Whatever the value of that domain is, I'm sure you owe me more. For all the unsolicited advice.
Yeah, I'll just put it on my fucking tab.
You're in so much debt, Pat.
Yeah, potato, potato. Okay, I can't get .gg. I can't find... Oh, yes, I can, actually. So it's $68 a year.
A bargain. We're gonna be raking in way more than that.
We can get not rigged
Not
gambling.
only will we be half the bets, we charge a kind 13% fee on all of these.
We can get notrigkedgamblingtrust.com for $11.28 a year.
I'm not even worried about the costs, Pat. Like, you're not looking at the bottom line.
OMG, have it reroute to your Twitter. Honestly, based.
Taxes was taxing.
I might do that. That would be pretty hysterical.
When you file for free.
While they're running their ads, I'm gonna run an ad. Just to get it out of the way. Yeah.
Filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get the most money back guaranteed.
They say getting older means slowing down. But with Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen Advanced Lean...
Or have it play this. I'm scared of what that link is.
Burn 15% more calories. Boost your metabolism. And feel incredible. Let's go gambling! Getting older doesn't mean slowing down. It means thriving.
It's just the video of like a roulette machine. Let's go gambling.
I'm all about staying one step ahead. And I wondered a future that could keep up.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have it go to a website that you can pay money, and there's a chance that I'll mail you something.
Be counted on when it matters. And have lots of opportunities.
Chance.
Yes. It's not technically gambling, it's a loot box.
We'll see how the laws fall on that one.
Yo, Pog Invest. Hey, you know, they've said that they're not, they've said loot boxes aren't gambling, so...
Yeah, don't you have to post the odds now, too?
Yeah, I'll post the odds. They are not good.
I respect the honesty.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Conviction versus Near Airport. We wanted to see some of that veterancy shine from Near Airport, and boy, did it, Hawk.
Oh, yeah, it did. Near Airport. I mean, just quality team.
Odds are 50-50 trust.
Despite Conviction showing some flashes of proactivity and ability.
The odds are what you tell them.
The odds are what I say they are.
Had a massive performance to go up 1-0.
If you're not paying out that way, it's been wildly unlucky.
Like, yeah, sorry, man.
Statistically improbable,
Yeah.
but it's happening.
You're just having statistically improbable, unlucky pulls, you know?
You break a mirror recently?
Just drop some salt? Like, what's the situation for you? What happened, you know?
This fight, though, I mean, look at this. Pobelter, oh, he finds the most beautiful angle I've ever seen. Already free hitting from a
I love scrolling to Twitter and seeing your promotion photo with the Poro King in the background.
He's important.
He's my favorite part of the broadcast.
He is an important part of the broadcast.
Yeah, my favorite.
I love him. He's excellent.
And I would like to see that continue. I think the bigger thing is that Near Airport never allowed Conviction to find a
That and the pink curtains.
fight. It was always just 1 or 2 kills here or there. Not allow
They're nice curtains.
They're not, but I love that you still have them up.
I don't know. I like them.
They keep the sun out real good, and that was really the only criteria when I put those there.
No, that's fair.
And they are damn good at that.
They are. They are. They do keep the sun out.
I also look over towards Hoarder, who had some solid Meganar ultimates. If it wasn't for at least the timing,
Which is their job. So, you know, it's good that they do that.
Acquire over the course of the game. That being said, though, like, these are the veterans. This is sort of for them living up to the expectations that this league has on them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, we talked about kind of Luminosity wanted to have a confidence win earlier today. I think near Airport in a similar boat. They have gone to 3 games, and both of their series so far, you know, they were supposed to take out CCG. How about this time around? Let's just take out Conviction. And I do want to go over some of the mistakes I've been seeing near Airport make in their games, and because I think a lot of them were better.
You know, I really hope that the
You know, Double Lift never really got caught out.
this goes to 3 games.
Midway without his jungler and his mid. That's been something we've seen. I think near
Do you think it's gonna go to 3 games?
playing proactively
I think Conviction can beat them.
around for their opponents.
Yeah, that's fair. I think they can too.
Yeah.
Seen from them recently. Things I would still like to see them clean up. I do think TF Blade sometimes a little disconnected from his.
And I think
team,
if,
which is,
like, even with paying half attention, there's some things there you can exploit in their play.
Spica on a tank and still
Yeah, 100%.
because that's been something we've not really seen. So things I just want to continue to track over NA season, but generally improvements made across the board.
And I definitely really like that you bring that up, especially going into this game number 2, because some of those mistakes that we saw from near Airport, they were remedied by how much time
Wait,
Biofrost was able to buy
is that main guy in
You're not going to be allowed to play Bard again. This
the
is
pit? Was he on ER?
series, it is gone for the rest of that series. So if they do make some of these
Oh my god, he
mistakes,
was.
have tools that can prolong these situations so they can meet the requirements to take the team fight.
People have been asking him apparently if he wants the pit to also run for 15 seasons.
Jeez.
Apparently the current plan is to try to pump out a season a year though.
I mean, considering the way it's set up, I feel like that should be feasible. A lot of this can be shot in like long goes.
Yes.
Playing that way because they had the Bard, or did the Bard bail them out? I'm more inclined to believe the latter, but we'll have to see. Conviction does opt to go onto the blue side. I was not particularly inspired by the Gnar counter pick into the Mbessa by Hoarder. I thought he was cooking something more interesting, considering that's been one of TF Blade's best champions.
Pat, I got a message from the old TL coach who needs more money. Should I send him some? Yes.
Now looking up line picks, I know Chrome just had a great.
You should provide him with your bank account login information.
I feel like spicy, more carry oriented than the Jin.
He'll really appreciate that.
Does continue to go through the draft right now. Rise and Nefiri going to get taken away. Nefiri, even with the nerf, still a very strong champion and the most frustrating W that you ever have to deal with in that whole Call of the Pack. So respect to that one. Rumble has been definitely bumping up in a lot of presence as of lately. So a lot of these big champions.
Oh boy, pick ban time.
Beyond the Rift. Calista getting down to
It honestly amazes me how much play Rumble does see, and we haven't done anything about the way that man looks.
He doesn't look that bad.
Whatever you say, Pat.
He doesn't. He looks okay, I guess. Not good, but okay.
Jax is open though, and it was banned by Conviction in game 1, and it's one of TF Blade's favorites. So I think TF Blade would be pretty happy.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I still ate that soup even though all the broth was gone. Not bad.
A little well done.
Well, it's just weird because I took the time to like get cheese mixed into it.
Yeah.
And the cheese, you know, didn't evaporate, so there were just wads of tangled cheese every couple of bites.
That kind of does sound delicious.
It was tasty as hell. Yeah, it was weird texturally because again, it was supposed to be in a creamy broth.
Soup, yeah.
But still not bad to eat.
I love you.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah, and did I tell you what Connor's drinking right now? Fucking vodka waters. And
What
I was
does
like,
that mean?
I was like, vodka soda waters, and he was like, no, vodka and tap water.
Why?
I don't know.
This question's for Connor. I need to know why you're watering down your own vodka. It's important.
Well, it's because he's also getting hydrated while he's drinking. Because he's because it's water and vodka, you know.
Vodka first, water after.
Alright, with the Xin Zhao locked in, it does give a lot of presence for this early to mid game. If if they want to take some skirmishes. So what's the response out of Conviction? They're going to go straight for the Monkey as they lock into Wukong.
Monkey!
Good early skirmish option, has a nice matchup into the Xin Zhao.
Efficient. Connor's response to you is that it's efficient.
That's fair.
The rocket jump, and it forces the Tristana player to usually be very patient. Also, just ability to win.
No, you know what I want? I want Taco Bell.
Then get Taco Bell. You are a free person.
That's true, I am.
With money for Taco Bell.
I do have money for Taco Bell.
So I really like this pick for him. Obviously, it's fallen out of favor a bit more as.
Let me see how many dollars it would be to get Taco Bell delivered.
I've seen how good this player can be on this champion.
And it gives.
I guess you spent $600 they didn't have today. From context, Connor, I'm gonna guess it's you.
Building a pretty solid identity out of this composition so far. You have the playmaking ADC potential of Double Lift being on that Tristana. You know, the mid-game skirmishing that you're going to get from the Xin Zhao, as well as that late-game stone wall of the Scion to really start off this drought for Near Airport. That being said, though, I do like what we have on Conviction's side. The Wukong gives that playmaking potential that you were talking about earlier about interrupting that rocket jump, which is going to be pretty crucial in stifling Double Lift. You follow that up with a good flick from the seismic shove, and that's where you can start finding these picks on the more premier carries. But interesting lock-in right here to see the Lissandra.
Okay, it would run me $22 to order the stuff I want.
I actually don't think that's that bad.
No, it's actually quite a reasonable cost.
I think it's going mid. This is an interesting one. Outranged by the Taliyah, doesn't really have the same ability to make plays around the map either, but has an incredible amount of lockdown. And if we're looking at Double Lift to be the main carry, again, it's not really something we've seen for Near Airport until
Give me the Lulu. Come on. Come on.
Games 1-3 against CCG, where he really has been.
I've been so good.
Please, please. Aw.
More seeing the names on this team for Near Airport when the roster was announced. It is going to be a Tristana carry show.
Very interested in the direction we're going right now for Conviction. We're getting the Aphelios, which could.
It's a pick with more sauce. I did ask for that.
Yeah, you do.
It's a pick with more sauce.
I'm not sure if it's the answer with the complete composition so far. I do like the fact that you pair it with the Rel because it does give you some form of peel, and you always need peel for Aphelios' early game to actually thrive. Final lock-in feels like a more concrete composition over on the side of the airport as they round it out with Braum.
I think Braum always a good pick as long as you have other hard engage in your composition, especially into the pseudo dive that we have coming out from Conviction. Chrome on the Aphelios. I wanted a pick that could do more damage. I will say a mobile against Lissandra, Xin Zhao.
Yeah, mobile against that team does sound kind of awful. But I'm sure it'll work out.
If given the opportunity to. Honestly, looking at this game, battle of the 80 carries, as it feels to me. Double Lift on the Tris.
Actually, instead of ordering Taco Bell, I'm going to make a Hot Pocket really fast. I will be back in a minute.
In the late game, earlier on though, Xin Zhao, Lissandra against Wukong Taliyah. Explosive mid-jungle 2v2s. Kizno had a great game 1. Let's see if he can do it again.
That's where I'm going to be looking once again in the jungle role for Kizno. You get some good playmaking with that clone that you use from the Wukong to disguise that Cyclone that can ruin team fights. Kizno's going to have to press that gas pedal all the way to the floor to take this back for Conviction. We're in game number 2, Near Airport versus Conviction. Near Airport at match point. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take the dub.
I think Near Airport, a lot of tools in their composition to be able to play this game, but the mid-jungle going to be so important. Darkwings on the Taliyah, I believe, should be able to dictate this lane, but you know pressure's going to get sent towards him. You can already see Near Airport with their strong level 1 Braum. They want to see if they can make something happen.
A little bit of shenanigans. Nothing too deadly. Now, that's what we haven't really got. I feel like we don't have our team in the NACL who just does the 5-man invade. We used to see some teams who would like do it
Pulse
on a whim.
has gone for quite a few.
Have they?
Yeah, Pulse has been pretty goofy with it, I feel like.
Catch them off guard, man. You never know.
Yeah.
That free win.
I mean, hey, they took a game last week against Winthrop. Big win for them. Good to see from the rookies.
So again, this is a match point for Near Airport at the given moment.
Hi, I'm back.
I do really like
Welcome
the
back.
transition into
Thanks.
this one. Conviction, they had such a boost of momentum from that week 1. But
Alright, which comp do you like better?
The level of talent they were going against wasn't at the highest tier just yet.
I want to say I like
how good
near airports more, but I think it's character bias.
I want to see that.
Which character are you more biased towards on near airport, or dislike on Conviction, I guess?
I know, I just fucking love Lysandra, and I think they look like they're gonna be a little harder to get through.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm surprised you haven't played Lysandra support. She has CC.
I play her top.
Oh, I mean that's a real place she's played.
Oh shit, thank God.
Maybe not
did
right.
it in ranked last night. I didn't even know I was playing ranked. That keeps happening to me.
She might not be. I don't know if she's being played up there right this second, but like
I've been having a lot of
conceptually.
fun with the new oh god, Rod of Ages on mages up there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
An accelerated start in the top side before the Scion gets towards that state where it's just like so frustrating.
Yeah, the new Rod of Ages is very good. That's why people are playing fucking Tank Ari. It's not really Tank Ari, it's Rod of Ages Ari.
Like that's the thing that you stick it on a mage, it beefs him up a bit. You stick it on a tank, it's a tank item. Like I really like where the item is at right now. And I'm not sure if that's what Riot wanted, but I like it.
I don't know either. Oh, this is the new April Fool's Braum. The shawarma one.
Not enough Poro.
I agree. Your Highness also agrees.
Damn right he does.
He's still mad I haven't gotten him his own microphone.
I'm honestly surprised he hasn't done anything to you.
He said it's because the assassins aren't here yet.
He really is struggling without.
Garen for a second, but I know he doesn't build him like full tank whatsoever. You'll have that like Lord Doms in his build and everything.
I'm talking like Ornn.
Yeah, he said it's hard because
I just want to talk about his Garen, man.
they're having an assassin shortage.
I feel like every top laner in North America has a Garen.
It's a very in-demand profession, and not a whole lot of them out there, to be honest. It's a highly specialized field.
It is. It takes a while to train a good one, you know, so.
So many years of school.
Yeah.
It's very not funny.
At least 12.
Moose haters, come back to me, man. Bring Garen back to this league.
Hey, his team got eliminated in OQs. They were actually the team that was against Near Airport in their promotion series. A fairly dominant 3-0, actually, from Near Airport to be able to qualify.
Look at you, Hawk. You brought this whole narrative back to the game.
I got you. Oh, Darkwing's -1, by the way.
I missed it.
You gotta call it out when you see it, right? Like it's
All right, jungles are going to be cleared now for both sides. Have a full clear jungle camp situation. Spica onto his Raptors at the same time that Kisno's moving up here. There is a ward there, so
It is
Kisno
not pocket
is
time. I
aware
will
of
be
what's
back in
going
one
on.
moment.
Gonna look to counter jungle and still away at the same time that Pobelter is moving out. Kisno has to burn his flash to get away.
Which is nice, because I think it means I don't have to see Kisno brutally die.
And now this is going to be the long escape. He does get the smite onto the Raptor camp. That will give him some health back. But Darkwings is low on mana, so this is going to be tricky.
I don't know why he's still there.
Spica will take him down for first blood. Pobelter, the recipient of that kill.
Like he was dying either way. He should have turned around.
Flash to get himself back to safety. Here comes the claw, able to root him down. He doesn't.
Yeah, that was just dumb.
Cost him his life in the grand scheme, and Near Airport are off to the races.
Yeah, that's a really big mistake from Conviction right there. I mean, Kisno, you just can't go for that invade against Lysandra like that. These are the fights that Lysandra Zinzhao loves to take, locking somebody down and being able to take them out.
Oh man, Darkwings died too.
As long as he did, but
Yeah, I don't know why he stayed in that fight for so long. Like, once you could tell he was dead, turn around and run. Like,
Like it's time to go.
know who you can and can't save.
To make sure that Chrome still makes bank.
that's how you got to do it. I mean, you need the Zephelios to be strong as well, especially with plays like that. You know, you kind of look.
Yeah, it's the it's like how Collimer tracks the saving the Inter tab.
I need more gold to carry this game.
I say it's a smart thing to do because it's a mistake that's so easily motivated to make that, like, I do think you have to teach yourself to not think like that.
Yeah.
Lysandra is the clear the wave and then go impact the side lanes. She can clear the wave.
Not me though, I'll leave you for anything. Even when I shouldn't.
I know. If I start
Supports first.
If I start a fight you don't like, you leave.
Don't start a fight I don't like.
They're very easily winnable.
That's a bad ADC right there.
I love you.
Listen to your shot caller.
It's me.
If you say so.
Very bad for the side of
Please don't stop shot calling. I don't want to ever do that when we lane together.
You just gotta go in.
for near airport.
Don't play champs that want to go in.
A little bit earlier. Even then, it's
Well, you don't have to, like, dive into them, but you gotta fight with me.
Do I?
Yes. That's like the whole thing.
We'll reevaluate at some point.
We'll circle back.
Next time we do a VOD review, we'll bring it up.
Does look like Kisno was able to take all the free grubs as well. So, again, as I think we've seen.
I actually found out Dave is not my highest win rate of your friends anymore.
Who is?
It's Tanner.
Is it?
Yep.
Shout out to Tanner.
Here we go, an attack. Ooh, you gotta be careful right there. Concussive blows could find that stun. Chrome is not
Shout out to Tanner.
I know he's got the BF sword early, but so
Why? Why shout out to Tanner?
Kisno knows that something could be up.
Oh, because he's Diane's highest win rate of my friends. Like, when she plays League with Tanner, wins the most games.
That near airport can bring to the bot lane.
Manui's gonna find Spica. No flash on this Xin Zhao. Who's finding who?
Oh, Chrome, be careful. He's by himself right now. If they crash that wave, they can get a dive off immediately, but they need to be quick about it. And now Crescent Guard goes out. They're going to focus on the Minui. Never mind the dive. We'll just get the outright kill as the claw comes over from Poe Belter, and the kill secured by Spica.
Unlucky,
That's tough.
For Manui. Conviction had an
Yeah, I wish I could have bet on this. But I could bet on this. I should have bet on this.
I love you.
Actually, like, no one will take a bet against near airport is what I've learned through all this. Which is beyond fair.
They would take their lead and affect the map. Well, they've done it.
Yeah.
You can see the bounties on both Spica and Poe Belter. Sandra getting out onto the map and getting those kills. He's now going to watch that recall.
But like if someone did it not paid off, like get enough people in that pool, that's a really nice chunk of change. Not that like I need to think about this more. I'm not gambling on games. Like I decided this, so I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna earn my money the hard way by working.
There it goes. That blocks the rocket jump with the Cyclone. Easy pick coming out from Conviction. Kisno playing the long game.
Really well done. Conviction needed to get something back, but don't stick around too long.
But you committed so much and you're still fucking there. Oh.
This is okay, I think.
I mean, the Lysandra shouldn't die here.
She might. No, she won't.
No.
Underneath his tower to safety.
Okay, Conviction try to look for the extension, but ultimately it's just a one pick on a double F. Still, they need to get those plays back because they cannot fall too far behind the pace of this game. We get a look at the initial play. Again, Manui caught out, trying to find Spica.
I'm still thinking about that last caster calling the Xin Zhao thing a fucking tipper.
Getting active, getting double F, some goals.
It really bothered
It's still
me.
bothering you, yeah.
And then in this long extension, the rest of NA bases.
Is this Braum skin halal? It's gonna depend how he prepares the shawarma. Traditionally, though, yes.
Rocket jump out if the Wukong player knows what they're doing. Kisno obviously does. Finds the interrupt. Dark Wings helps him clean up the kill.
You have to rocket jump before the Wukong gets the E off and dashes to you. That's your real chance to get away from a scenario like that. That being said, it shows that Conviction still have some bite back as they're able to utilize this Wukong and Talia combo quite well to find a pick. That money going over to Kisno. Kisno got the first spawn of grubs. We'll have some time with the second Grubageddon, second chance to go after Grubageddon.
God, they made Grubs ugly.
Which was intentional, I think. I do love
I'd buy a
Grubageddon,
plush in a
though.
heartbeat, though.
Oh, same.
Two dragons does give you the ability to force fights later on, as we've highlighted earlier. But still, Conviction, we talk about fighting back. Deathstrokes, the goal is even. They're doing fine.
Oh, evening it up. I'm looking at Hoarder. That's where a lot of that's coming from. Look at that CS lead that he's picked up against TF Blade. Now Spica in the bottom lane going after Hoarder. Will not find the 3-talent strike to get the knockup onto Hoarder. It does burn Hoarder's flash, though.
Does look like Hoarder was at least able to clear the previous wave, so it kind of loses his flash to still get some golden experience for himself. But
I'll look at it shortly, Connor.
And deny. Looks like Manui here to cover the TP. So solid stuff. Conviction able to pick up their waves for their top laner. You talk about it. He has been the one that's sort of been left to his own devices to quietly generate a lead, and so securing that.
Okay, well, they're giving Aaron the chance to just farm up and get bigger, which is good.
Right there from the squad.
25 seconds before our next Drake comes up. Conviction had forfeited on the first Drake in favor of the Grubs.
That is less damage than I'm sure he was hoping he would do.
Oh, yeah.
Can you bring a lot of damage and a lot more people to
Bit of a tickle.
But too quick. This TF Blade will burn his ultimate to get past
A tickle is a good way to phrase it, yeah.
Right there from Conviction, but now Hoarder no flash. He's gonna be the target.
Oh, here we go. Hoarder getting focused on 3-talent strike, looking for that knockup. Again, you said no flash, and here it comes. Able to
R.I.P.
off of the ward that he picked up earlier, and like that, Spica goes on a killing spree.
That, I think, feels like a rookie mistake for Hoarder to me. Face checking into the jungle when his team has just made a play topside and you have no flash. It just like, yes, that tri-brush feels safe.
This is a reminder that the Doritos Locos Tacos have lasted longer than the Confederacy. Thank you, Connor.
Depends on where you are.
Well, in the context of the war, the Confederacy is gone.
A big point of that is the fact that it's the Frozen Heart. The very first thing, you're just stacking all that armor.
Because, you know, they lost.
But I definitely agree, not as much as a Wukong.
They could use a reminder sometimes.
They could.
Another replay of Hoarder. Like, it's just, yes, you have a control ward.
It was about states' rights. A states' right to what?
Just showed themselves. You have to play defensively on that timer. And Hoarder ends up
I mean, not that I'm not doing this. Never mind.
I love
no,
you.
don't you laugh at me.
I love you. We've done this before.
I mean, it just was more than that, but that's the important part. Like, I'm not denying that, but there was more to it.
Yeah, about states' rights. Unfortunately, it was about the states. One of the things was, you know, the one we're all familiar with. And, you know, it's a little hard to move past that.
Again, we're seeing multiple people on both sides getting picked, contesting vision that they just don't really need to. This time it's not double it.
I was talking, I probably shouldn't say any of this, to a student today about the esports program and the history of the school. And long story short, like, there was a moment of like misspeaking about the founding of the esports program with the year of the school. And like, not only would it have been like the longest running esports program of all time, 181 years, but the school would have been founded on two things, only one of which you can say.
Abandoned by your own lane, made it happen, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't mean too much.
That's pretty hysterical.
Which I feel is a mistake in that situation.
Like, what a combination for a school.
It is going to be a frontline tank nonetheless, though, so at least it's not.
That's the thing I was gonna say. So I'm like, yeah, well, how cool would it be to say we were founded on esports, and then we all like remember what we were founded on.
And then we all looked at each other.
Everyone involved in this was from the north. I just want to put that out there.
Woo, the north.
Right there for Conviction. It does mean that feats of strength will also come down to this rift.
I called a Yankee the other day.
You got called a Yankee the other day?
Like, unironically, yeah.
Oh my god.
And Hoarder, as and they had taken a more
I'm like, it's not a slur, but it was said like one.
difference. Actually making a pretty big one. Like, Pobelter needing to
I could see that.
another wave bottom here to take this tower. It's really sapping the tempo out of near airport. Because again, Conviction had to take a reset. They waited until NA's reset to take the top tower, but they're not able to actually punish that window because they don't have the same pushing power as Conviction.
And having a lot of your first items done for Conviction can mean a great deal for the way they set up right here. I mean, you got Trinity Force for Kisno, who got those first 2 kills. Seraphs for Darkwings. Now, Herald going to be pulled. You can see Conviction setting up over on the northern side right there. Teleport going to be channeled out of Pobelcher to arrive.
I love you.
A nice seismic shot.
Very grateful.
Chunks out near airport, but doesn't stop them from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, nice TP right there. Conviction just disconnected, not able to find a contest in towards the objective. I think Pobelter basically just taking advantage of that, saying, look, if you want to try to connect in the river, I'm going to be between you. And we know how much time Lissandra can buy, how much lockdown she has. At the very least, Hoarder will, with the extension of the play, have free time in bottom to take this tier 1. Also, Conviction taking the Scuttle Crab, laying down vision before Dragon.
Okay, they're getting some stuff.
Trading from both.
They're within spitting distance of gold, too.
What we saw in game 1, but honestly, I'm impressed with the control we're seeing from both sides.
Yeah. And to go back on a point I was making earlier, I am happy, a little bit more happy with what we've been seeing from near airport. They are looking much more cohesive as a unit, and that's very important for the way that this season is going to play out. We had the interview with Doublelift last week where he said he's taking this very seriously. He wants to make a big impact with Tier 2 and have that be the way he promotes back into the LTA.
You can feel however you want to feel about Doublelift, but there is no denying that this man is a true competitor. And I also would not believe for a second that he is not trying to win this league, because I don't think a man wired like Doublelift would let that happen, right? And so it's so cool to see out of near airport. I also do really respect that they're trying different things. Like, this is a different draft than what we've seen out of them, and they're keeping the game obviously very competitive with a slight lead. So I completely agree with you. Awesome stuff from near airport so far in week 3, and we do expect them to continue scaling into this entire swing.
Well, Aaron has his first item, which is good. He won't really spike till another one, but... Ooh, good grab. They didn't use much to kill him either, so that's good.
I loved watching the Tristan just turn right around, to be honest.
Disconnected, so they're able to find a clap. Now here comes more.
Yeah, here comes the Cyclone. Speaker's going to need to use the Crescent Guard to find a disengage here, or the flash from TF Blade will be enough.
Well, Doublelift knows when to leave someone to die.
Oh, yeah.
That is a skill he has.
Still up for near airport, and Biofrost has just respawned. I think they took too long. They needed to do the dragon instead of pressing for more Conviction. They could get punished for this.
They still got an angle into it right now. Focusing it down. 4K health remains. Now
I don't like Hoarder being in that bush.
Now focusing on Minui, who's trying to escape, but there's Pobelcher deep in the middle of it.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, God.
Near airport, slaughter the new kids.
Oh, near airport, what a punish, as Doublelift is able to find the double kill. And Ace comes out near airport.
Have they said what they're gonna do if they get promoted?
No.
And right there, you called it out, Hawk. You know, once we get to the replay, we can talk about it a little bit better, but...
Oh, so you saw, Dark Zero's announcement, right?
Yeah.
The whole separate roster.
So, like, those people aren't enrolled, obviously. They're not students, right?
They are unaffiliated with Maryville, the school.
So is Maryville putting resources into them, or is
Yes.
Dark Zero putting resources?
Well,
yeah, tell me it's about the education.
well,
Okay.
Well, so that's so I think it's more complicated than that, right? Because to
I
my
guess you could argue what they're paying for these resources to make sure their actual students aren't getting burnt out or anything. Just stop competing in so much shit.
So my understanding of their deal with Dark Zero, which, you know, I don't really have any information outside of what's public, but my understanding, all the coaches are Maryville's. Like, it's, oh my god,
So what does
Niles.
Dark Zero do?
Money, as far as I understand.
Okay.
It's Niles, it's Draxier, who's a positional coach, and it's Jensen Go, I think is his name. He worked for Immortals.
Yeah.
And those are all Maryville coaches and staff. And I think it's legitimately, like, you know how I had been talking about the, like, oh, you know, how are they going to deal with the potential that if they qualify and win the guest spot, how are they going to deal with Riot just saying no?
I mean, how does this solve that?
They have a whole separate roster.
They're still a school.
Dark Zero isn't a
It's not
school.
the roster, it's about the business that owns them. Yeah, which means you're changing the way you're structured.
Well, I mean, they're structured weird anyway for
There's no rule
NACL.
against students. That's not the issue.
Right, it's the business, like the college thing.
So there's no reason to have second roster just to get promoted.
Well, because realistically, right, your college students cannot go play LCS or LTA, whatever you want to call it.
Why not? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think they can, but I'm sure there's people out there who
Well, because
would make that
Maryville's on the
argument,
East
right?
Coast, right?
So? That's just a problem you need to throw money at.
That's fair. Well, I just don't think they'd be allowed to. I think is the thing, right?
Who's gonna stop them? We have no
Riot.
indicator that Riot would actually stop them.
I really think they would.
I would hope they would. I think they're trying to squash that, but there's, again, no indicator that they will.
Well, there's no indicator that they'd support it. Like, they've actually gone to great lengths, I think, to say that they won't support or deny it, right?
They could have just said no college and they didn't.
Yes.
Which means there is a level of openness to it.
For tier 2, at least. But
But they did that knowing it was going to be a promotion possibility. Was part of the rationale.
yeah, I guess that's true. I just truly do not believe that they'll allow a college to hold that spot.
I don't know, Riot has just disappointed me so many times, and I've seen so many colleges wiggle their ways into various things that I just wouldn't be surprised if it happened.
That's fair. I suppose we will wait and see. Because I think they will have to go through double lift, so...
yeah.
So, you know, best of luck with that.
What a nice look right there. Great confidence from the veterans to go forward. Kisno, that is a very tanky Scion. He does not have the Black Cleaver to get through him. And you have to think that's going to be the end of this series.
Good John Azzy, me and Tanner are going to play repo, so I'm going to head out. Yeah, have fun, buddy.
No fights are going right. When you can throw your face at your enemy like this, you know you're pretty secured in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice engage from TF Blade on Manui, right? That's a free kill, but look at Spica finding Chrome on the backside with Flash no longer available. Long chase onto Hoarder.
They move in the same way like a super graceful, like, Apex Predator does.
Yeah.
It's like it all looks very deliberate. It doesn't look like any bit of hesitancy in there, like... some Jaguar shit.
Well, you gotta think, too, like... These guys combined have what? Like... 13
But that's the thing, these aren't even
LCS
ex-pros.
championships?
They're some of the most
the best of
experienced
the
ex-pros
best.
we have.
Yeah. Oh my god, Doublelift got bumped over the wall by Darkwings. Oh, that's gonna kill him.
Holy shit, yeah.
And they're gonna go to the Baron. They don't have the wave to end the game, but it just feels like a wrap as double.
Why not get the inhib and then move off?
That's the more correct call, I think.
They've got the timers for it, yeah. Are they just confident they don't need the inhib? They can get this and come back? Is it a confidence thing, or...?
Yeah, I think so. They might have been worried about the rail pulling some shit.
Even then, they had a couple seconds. I think they crash it as she walks up. Like,
yes.
The Moonlight Vigil goes wide from Chrome, which is critical, and then Double Lift is just way too strong. I think this could have been a Penta if they wanted to give it to him, but TF Blade takes the kill. The Buster Shot following the Talia.
That's pretty wild. I've never seen a Buster Shot go that far before.
As Dark Wings eventually does meet his end. And
yeah.
this is a really impressive game. Near Airport, they are having a great series. We're sort of back to earth here, I feel, from a great week 1 from Conviction. Getting they're getting the smackdown.
Hawk, tell me you saw that seismic shove.
Wait, which one?
Double Lift failed the rocket jump over the wall, and the seismic shove flicked him over.
I did see that.
Yeah, that was rough.
Oh, you know, unfortunate situation for Dark Wings. I think in any other scenario, that's a good flick, but hey, when Double Lift's this far ahead, look at this. Attempted engage coming out, but you're getting caught by the frozen tomb.
But yeah, you're definitely right with this. Like, it's not just, oh, these people were former pros. Like, these are some of the best that North America has ever created, you know?
But even the sheer time spent, like...
Yeah.
Just a quality series. Another triple for DL, because why the hell not near Airport? It started
like Pobelter, Double Lift.
Yep.
I would even go as far to say Biofrost and speak it to a slightly like lower extent, like. But those first two, like that's second gen of players right there, which is like the longest run time you can have.
Yeah.
Once more as they take down the 2-0 Conviction.
Just clinical stuff. Conviction.
GG's.
GG's. And like you got to consider too, there's a chance that some of the people that Double Lift is playing against in this, he's been playing League as long as they've been alive.
Yeah.
Which first of all, crazy.
Just crush the game.
Pobelter, man, the notorious POB. His teamfight plays, I mean, the Azir was one thing.
He was so good.
He was making incredible ones over there, but now on the Lissandra on top of it, and even when they tried to pick him off in that last fight, did you see how long he was invulnerable for by just using the Frozen Tomb on himself and then following it up with the Hourglass? Pobelter is the clutch team fighter and really does show it.
Yeah, that was rough for Conviction.
The MVP of the series. I know Double
I'm not saying it was close because it wasn't, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah.
The Lissandra, I wasn't really sure what to make of it. I just don't see much Lissandra, much less into Talia, but yeah.
You want to go watch the pit or something?
Good, and the Azir was
oh yeah.
so
all right. Let me turn off stream.
Near Airport, a very deserved 2-0. I feel like they had the series that we wanted to see out of Luminati.
Those of you who tuned in, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I should be back tomorrow for more co-streaming.